hit subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bad sent you.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father, I have black sons. Hey man, I do what I do.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. My name is Dennis Spurling. I am honored that you are here. I appreciate you all. Thank you all so much. I promise you that this video that we do here today will be epic. I promise you that you will learn a lot. I promise you that this is probably will be one of the most eye-opening videos about black politics and black leadership and probably black history that you've ever had the pleasure of or displeasure, depending on your perspective, of viewing. It's going to be long. It's going to be fact intensive. There are going to be a lot of names. Some of you all may be upset when you hear the information, but everything is well documented. And it's going to force you to rethink some of the great leaders of the past, very popular leaders, even to this day. Some are here, some are gone, but for the most part, it is all done in love. I decided that it was very important to do this because I begin to see that a lot of black people are beginning to question the leadership of the black Americans in the past. Now, I ask you this, and I'll tell you this: you don't owe me anything. I'm doing this for my legacy. However, I do ask that if you do learn something that you didn't know, if I shock you, if I give you some information that they haven't taught you in your history classes, black history, if it helps you understand something, well, if you learn something, I should earn something. And again, as far as my political affiliation, my specific advice to you all is vote your interest. I need everybody in the chat room to say vote your interest, because what this broadcast is going to do is going to make people say, oh, well, he's left-leaning or right-leaning or whatever. That's not it. We're just delivering history. And let me tell you this, to those people who don't like black history and they're removing black history from the schools, I would suggest to you all this, that there is a lot of money and success in teaching black history because the government has decided that it's a good idea to not teach the people history. And so because of that, what we know about America, whether we're talking about prohibition or illegal drugs, when you try to take something away from Americans, then guess what they're going to do? They're going to seek it out. And so it's because of states like Florida and other states who ban black history, it's created a market for me. So I invite you all to continue, not just me, but people like me also. Now, I want to give a big shout out to everybody here in the Wrench Mob, Mr. 43TX. Please check in. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let's get this algorithm moving forward. And I want to just let's go ahead and hit you hard. Now, the title of this broadcast is Foreign Influenced Black Leaders, Brainwashed by Socialism, Taught FBA to Hate Our Country. What do you think about that? That's a like I said, that's a mouthful of information, right? That's a long title. And I'm going to give you every bit that you need. Now, of course, I do have some video footage and we'll show that later, but I think it's best that we just go ahead and get started. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. And so, as I said before, well, let me say it like this. For Black Americans, to truly move forward politically, economically, and socially, we are going to have to become more politically astute, and we're going to have to become more aware of our history. Okay. We need to understand who shaped our politics, what shaped our politics, and how our struggles have been used by others. And for many years, America's enemies, which include Russia, China, Iran, they pointed to America's racial problems, but they don't do this because they care about Black people. They do it because they want to weaken the United States. And those countries also have their own history of racism and discrimination and unfair treatment. There was a young Black woman who traveled to Russia and thinking she was going to escape racism in Russia. And guess what happened? She got beat up. We know about that. There was I did a broadcast here and I spoke about the anti-Blackness in Iran. They are telling people they are the original Aryans. And if you don't believe there's racism in Iran or anti-Black racism in Iran, go simply ask the Black Iranians who live in the southern part of Iran in those shanty towns. They'll tell you. Same thing with China. We have lots of people who have traveled to China and they will tell you they're very anti-Black over there. And I did a broadcast on anti-Black racism in the Asian world. I just did that a couple of days ago. Check it out. But what I want to explain to you guys is anti-Blackness is not just found in capitalist countries. Black people around the world have faced mistreatment under capitalist systems, socialism, communism, and any other, in monarchies and anything else you can think of. There's no political system that has automatically protected Black people from being used, ignored, or pushed to the bottom. And at the same time, Black leaders have been used ideas and language from larger political movements around the world. Words like systematic oppression. Have we heard that before? What about imperialism? What about racial capitalism? Okay. And they help explain real problems, but those same words also made political issues more useful to outside groups that wanted to increase division inside America. And this doesn't mean Black inequality is not real. It does mean Black political, and let me say, it doesn't even mean that our political thought leaders were wrong. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. It means we must be honest about how our struggles have been watched and studied and used by people who don't have our best interests at heart. See, we have to look not only at what has been done to us, but also how our stories and our leaders and our movements have been used in big political battles around the world, basically political gamesmanship. Okay, and if we want to move forward with strength and clarity, right, and clear thinking, we must think for ourselves. Okay, our future depends on that, and the future of our children depend on that. And this is something that we need to consider. Now, foundational Black Americans, okay? Black Americans whose people were formed here in this country. And when I say this country, I'm talking about the United States of America. There's a truth that we can't ignore. America is not just where we live. We were made here, okay? This is our land. Whatever our original African roots may be, our history, our culture, our family ties, and legacy are tied to the United States of America. There's no other homeland waiting for us. This is our home. If you hear what I'm saying, somebody type, "This is our home" in the chat room. See, the rest of the world sees us that way too. When we travel overseas, people don't see us as separate from America. They don't see us as Africans. They see us as Americans. And when other countries attack the United States or undermine the United States interests, we're affected by that. And I don't think anybody is going to deny that, not anybody with good sense. We're Americans. And they see the target as America. And that means consequences are shared, not just by white America or brown America, but also by black America, by all Americans. So we have to ask ourselves a serious and practical question. What conditions best protect the safety and future of foundational black Americans? Is it a stable, successful United States, even with all its flaws? Because we are not saying that America's out here flawless. But what we kid, but still, okay? America does give black Americans an important advantage, right? A stable, successful United States. It provides the largest black middle class in the world. It gives us access to business, property ownership, education, legal rights, passports, travel, economic opportunity. What other country on this planet can a person of African descent get a passport and travel pretty much anywhere in the world? Go be a person from Ethiopia or Nigeria and try to travel somewhere around the world and they don't want you there. We don't have that history. Now, history shows that when powerful nations become weak and poor and vulnerable, right, the groups that suffer the most are the ones at the bottom. Economic collapse, political chaos, and loss of power don't automatically create freedom. They create fear, they create poverty, they create danger. And so for people without a separate nation or of our own, that danger is greater. And at the same time, we have to understand that black political thought has changed over time. Some of that change came from inside our community. Some of it came from outside influences. And during the 20th century, ideas like socialism and communism helped some black leaders explain unfairness in society. And these ideas shaped the way people talk about racism and poverty and power. And some of that language is around today, and you'll recognize it. Now, but this is where we need to be careful. Not every idea that explains a problem is designed to solve that problem in our best interest. And foreign countries have talked about America's racism, but they usually do this to weaken America, not to help black Americans. They do it to make black America look bad. And many of these same countries, as I said earlier, have their own anti-black racism that they haven't dealt with. So we need to ask ourselves, are we using the ideas that serve our long-term interests, or are we using ideas that help someone else's political goals? And this doesn't mean we should stop criticizing America to make it better. That's always been us. But what it does mean is that our criticism needs to be sharp, smart, and more focused. We have to understand where our ideas came from. And that's the whole point of this broadcast. Where did this come from? What is the source of this? Who gave this to us? And see, our black political thought needs to be rooted in survival, independence, and clear thinking. It can't be controlled by some outside narrative. And if we're serious about progress, we also have to be serious about this analysis. Now, that brings me to a question we need to ask honestly and without fear, and without pretending the issue doesn't exist. Has anti-American thinking grown inside of parts of Black American culture? It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. Because see, when we look at history, the answer is not simple. Black Americans have a long history of patriotism, but it wasn't blind patriotism. It wasn't pretending America was perfect. It was never our ancestors doing that. We never did that. It was a belief that this country, with all its problems, was still worth fighting for and worth helping shape. It was a new country. Still. We can see this in people like Frederick Douglass. We can see it in Harriet Tubman. Did you all know she was she served in the Civil War? But back to Frederick Douglass, he supported black men serving in the Union also, in the Union Army, because he believed military service could help black men claim citizenship, manhood, and respect. Think about that. You've been a slave your whole life and told that you're a boy, treated horribly, and now you get an opportunity to be a man and be a hero. They didn't have movies back then. They didn't have movie stars. The real heroes were the war heroes. And then we can also talk about somebody like Crispus Attucks. Now, this man was, I believe, Native American or indigenous and African. But this man was the first man to die at the Boston Tea Party. A black man, because he was black back then. What about him? Right? He's remembered as the first person to die in the American Revolution. So we have to ask, what changed? Okay? Today, along with pride and progress, we also hear something different. We hear doubt, we hear angry, we hear frustration, we hear a lot of complete rejection of America. We hear a lot of people just saying, hey, we're just going to be victims forever. We hear that too. Or this country is not for us. We hear that. We, even though we still live here, we still work here, we raise here, we pay taxes here, we have our children here. And so that tension raises some other questions. Did this change only from real life experiences and disappointment after generation of broken promises? Did it grow from inside black political thought as people move from wanting integration to criticizing deeper problems in the American system? Or did outside ideas about imperialism and capitalism and oppression and revolution enter black spaces? Somebody type black spaces in the chat room. And after entering those black spaces, it slowly became part of the culture. See, during the 20th century, black thinkers connected with international movements, labor movements, anti-colonial ideas, and some went out the country to study. Did you all know we had black leaders who went to Russia to study, who was at the time our enemy? Now, again, that doesn't mean those ideas had nothing to do with black life. That's not what I'm saying, okay? Many of those people spoke about real issues, but it does mean those ideas were part of a larger exchange that shaped how black issues were explained and discussed. Culture also reflects real life, whether we talk about music, media, etc. Okay, and sometimes they show frustrations. Sometimes they put back, they push back against the unfairness. So what we hear today in certain parts of music, a lot of that anti-American music that we hear, it didn't come from nowhere. It came from real tension. But the question still remains, family. Is all of this coming from our experience, or is it being influenced by some outsiders? And so again, this brings us to something we have to face directly. When we look back in our history, especially right after slavery, we don't see people who acted helpless, do we? Were our ancestors helpless? Those people who built, they couldn't read, they didn't have education, but were they helpless? Huh? Were they helpless? I don't think so. Because after slavery, our ancestors came out of some terrible conditions. They had little money, little protection, and in many cases, very little education. Do you know where the whole trope of watermelon and fried chicken came from? Somebody type watermelon and fried chicken. How did this become associated with black people? Do you all know how watermelon and fried chicken became associated with black people and black life in America? They always use it as some sort of stereotype. And the truth is, it does have its its source. Somebody said minstrel shows. No, that's not where it came from. After slavery was over, black people didn't have jobs. And so what they would do is many black people would start little shops, little side of the road style shops. They would fry chicken and they would give people watermelon. And that's what they sold to make money. Fried chicken, all you need is a chicken and some flour, drop it in there, season it up, pass it out and make money. And so white people, they purchased the chicken, black people did too, but they began to mock that. So that's where fried chicken and watermelon came from. Anything we typically do that enhances us or helps us, it begins to get mocked. Whether we talking about rap music or playing in the NBA. White people have been eating fried chicken since we've been cooking it for them in the big house. And they eat watermelon too. Shout out to Tamara Davis. But it became a trope when we start making money off of it. Anything white folk make fun of is probably something that did good for us or some sort of expression of independence for us. Just be mindful of that. But what I want to say is, even without money and protection, and we still built churches and schools and businesses and HBCUs, and we had our own fraternities and civic groups, and whole shot and shebang. We didn't wait for them to save us. They didn't spend all that time. Our black ancestors, fresh out of slavery, didn't spend all this time blaming the system for every problem. They built even under conditions much worse than what we have today. Shout out to Fuquan. And then we can look at, I want you to think about something. Do you think it would have taken our black ancestors 20 years and $500,000 to build that brother's school? And I like Dr. Umar Johnson. I think I'm a bit disappointed in him. And I think many of them are. But do you think our ancestors who couldn't read, who had no doctorate degrees, who built over 150 HBCUs, you think it would have took them 30 years to 20 years to open up a school like Dr. Umar Johnson is trying to do? No, they would have opened up the school and started educating the children and built the building around it. That's who our people were. You understand what I'm saying? They would have started teaching first. We used to teach in shacks. And if I was ever to give Dr. Umar Johnson some advice, I'm like, brother, all you need to do is start tutoring and open your doors up and start getting that tuition money in. Let people pay you for after school care. Show us. That's all I'm saying. But either way, when we look at the later periods like Black history and the Harlem Renaissance and the do for self philosophy that came out of the Nation of Islam and the rise of black institutions and pride and black ownership, we were do for self people. So what changed? Somebody type what changed in the chat room. Because today in many parts of our culture, not all, but enough, right? We hear something different. What do we hear? We hear the system won't let us do it. They are holding us back. Somebody type they in the chat room. Everything is designed against us. And let's be honest, if you push back against that way of thinking, people will say, oh, everybody's an agent. Somebody type agent in the chat room. Everybody's working for the government. Everybody been paid off. If you tell black people to do for self, not all, you part of the system. The kind of thinking can turn any conspiracy into a loop. And that mindset, they are everywhere. They control everything. They are always the reason something fails. They paid off anyone who disagrees with them. But we have to ask, who is they? Because if they control everything, then what room is left for us to act, build, move, and improve? That is the problem. If our ancestors had believed that they control everything and nothing could be done, they wouldn't have built schools and colleges and churches and hospitals and businesses and transportation systems and communities and the institutions we still use today. They didn't have more resources than us. They didn't have more protection than us. They didn't have more opportunity than us. They didn't have more education than us. And many of them couldn't even read when they came out of slavery. But they had a different way of looking at reality. And so we have to ask ourselves, family, and I'm gonna keep hitting y'all with this till we get to where we're trying to go. What changed? Somebody type what changed in the chat room. Because today there's golly, we got real progress in the Black community. I tell you guys this all the time. We got well-dressed, well-spoken, rich Black people. We got 2 million Black millionaires. We got the Black men alone. 51% of us reach middle class, or is it 64? 64% of us reach middle class before middle age. What does that say? So where did this come from? Again, we made real progress that our ancestors would be proud of us, family. I need you to understand that. Our ancestors would be proud of us from what we came from. But at the same time, there's also this harmful victim mentality in many parts of the culture. Our ancestors wouldn't understand that mindset. And this way of thinking says everything is oppression. Every outcome is already decided. Every successful person is just an exception. Every disagreement is betrayal. And once that mindset takes over, it feeds itself. The problem isn't that racism and unfairness are fake. Those are problems. Those are real. Okay? But the problem is that the response to those problems can become weak and self-defeating. And this is where the issue becomes even more important. When we look at how these ideas develop, we can see a shift during the 1920s or during the 20th century, specifically between the 1920s and the 1970s. Somebody type 1920 to 1970. Somebody type 1920 to 1970. That's important. 1920 to 1970. Okay? That's very important. I want you to mark that. And you're going to see a trend here related to the leadership of that time. That's when more of our people began using larger political theories to talk about systems and power and oppression. Some of these ideas help explain equality, but they also focused on control, domination, and limits. And over time, that shaped how we saw them ourselves in our future. And so I guess the real question is, when do those ideas stop helping us understand problems and start teaching us to feel powerless? Because if that line gets crossed, okay, we have to be honest enough to ask, is the way we think helping us? Has it moved us forward, or is it holding us back? And that may be an uncomfortable question, but it's necessary. Now, I'm going to give y'all some stuff, okay? But y'all still with me? It's not going to be easy to listen to what I'm going to tell y'all today, okay? Now, many of our Black leaders from the 1920s to the 1970s, they were influenced by socialism and communism and Marxism and labor movements and anti-colonial ideas. These leaders helped change Black politics. They moved it away from the quiet negotiation that we used to do with white folk toward direct action, labor organizing, anti-colonial thinking, and a very harsh anti-American criticism. And these leaders came from labor unions. They came from Harlem. Harlem was one of the intellectual circles. They were activist groups. They had a lot of international political movements going on in Harlem. And so some were connected groups like the African Blood Brotherhood, the Communist Party USA, or the Socialist education programs. And a few of these people were trained in Moscow, which was our Cold War enemy. Now, I'm going to lay the foundation. During the 1920s, and the Russian Revolution influenced many radicals around the world, and a lot of Black activists saw communism and socialism as a way to explain racism. and poverty and colonialism and unfair labor conditions. But you see, here's the problem. Those countries, those communist countries, they had poverty. They were colonized. They had unfair labor conditions. Okay. And then there was this, the major idea that came out of this was the black belt theory. Somebody typed black belt theory. And this was promoted by the Communist International in the late 1920s. This is what's coming out of the Harlem time period. Shout out to Fuquan. It argued that black Americans in the South were like a separate nation and had the right to self-determination. And this idea brought a lot of these black leftist activists closer to the Communist Party in the USA. And so, you know, here's the thing, and that influenced people like Dr. King. And let's use Dr. King, because some of you all don't understand this. How influential were these people, right? How influential was Dr. King? We'll say Dr. King was a 10, okay? Dr. King was a 10. He had major national and international influence. Local Baptist preacher with community influence, we'll say that person has a 1. So your local Baptist preacher in your hood church that you went to, that I told you to go to, he's a 1. Dr. King is a 10. Okay, so let's try to put some of these leaders in perspective. There was a gentleman, his name was Hubert Harrison. He was called the father of Harlem radicalism. Okay. Now, again, between the 1920s and the 1930s, we're in Harlem. Shout out to Harlem. The Harlem Renaissance, the early radicalism. This is where we at. Think about this. And this period saw a growth of black socialist newspapers and radical organization and intellectual movements. And many leaders looked at the Russian Revolution and saw it as a model for challenging American power. And so there was a gentleman, his name was Hubert Harrison. He was called the father of Harlem radicalism. He connected race, pride, and class struggle. He influenced Marcus Garvey. So Marcus Garvey followed this guy. Okay? He influenced Marcus Garvey and edited the Negro world and helped shape early black socialist thought. Now, I told you that Martin Luther King was a 10. Your local pastor is a 1. This man's influence was 6.5 out of 10. Now, I did some, equations to try to figure it out. 6.5 out of 10. That's pretty good. It's more than your local pastor, and he got the whole community oftentimes that knows his name. There's another gentleman. His name is Cyril Briggs. I want you to remember that. Cyril Briggs. He founded the African Blood Brotherhood in 1917. This was a secret revolutionary group that supported taking up arms, okay, and resisting lynching. In other words, whipping out the guns on these white folk. Lynching was big back then. We post Reconstruction. This guy was 5 out of 5, and he was based out of Harlem, New York. So here we go. We got Harlem again. All right. There's another gentleman. His name is Otto Huswat. He was the first black member of the Communist Party of the USA. He was based in New York. He worked internationally. His influence about 4 out of 5 out of 10. The scale I'm working for, Martin Luther King being a 10, we all know about him. Your local pastor being a 1. Okay, Grace Campbell. She was in New York. She was one of the first black women in the Communist Party of the US. Y'all didn't know black people were communists, did you? She was 4 out of 10. What about, there's another gentleman, his name is Harry Haywood. Harry Haywood. He was Harry Haywood. He was trained in Moscow. So this dude went all the way to Moscow. Okay, his bases were in Chicago, New York, and Moscow. He was 6 out of 10. You had another one, Claude McKay. Okay, this person, he was born in Jamaica. He was a Jamaican-American poet, and he traveled to Moscow in 1923, and he took part in the Communist International meetings. He was 7 out of 10. If Martin Luther King was 10 out of 10, this man was 7 out of 10. So Claude McKay was serious business. Another one, Angelo Herndon, 5 out of 10. He was arrested in Georgia. He was a young communist organizer. He was based in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay, and his case became important because it showed how harsh Southern authorities were towards interracial labor. In other words, when black folks and white folks hooked up, it was a problem. They got hard on them. Okay, now let's move forward. So that was the 1920s to the 1930s. Let's move forward to the 1940s and the 1950s. Again, we are talking about black leadership between 1920 and 1970s. That's a 50-year time period. Now, the 1940s and the 1950s, this is during the Cold War, and you had a lot of black activists who were targeted during what was called the Red Scare. Okay, and they were targeted because they supported socialism, and they defended the Soviet Union, which is now called Russia, all right, and their Communist Party. Paul Robeson, one of my fraternity brothers, he was a famous singer, he was an actor, he was an activist. He never officially joined the Communist Party, but he supported socialist idea and he defended the Soviet Union, and he also criticized America heavily. He was based in New York. His influence was 9 out of 10. So if Dr. Martin Luther King was 10 out of 10, this dude was 9 out of 10. Then you had W.B. Du Bois. He was 10 out of 10. Did y'all know that W.B. Du Bois, he moved closer to socialism and officially joined the Communist Party in 1961, right? He was based in Atlanta, New York City, and then he later went to Ghana, right? A. Philip Randolph, all right? He used socialist ideas and labor organizations and for black workers. So these are all names you know, all right? Benjamin J. Davis, he was 6 out of 10 influence, okay? We move forward to the 1950s. You got Claudia Jones, she was 6 out of 5. Bayard Rustin, Ella Baker, they use radical, grassroots, democratic, socialist ideas. These are the 60s. This is when your parents were born. This is when they came up. These are baby boomers here at this point. Robert F. Williams, NAACP in North Carolina, 6.5 out of 10. And then we move to the 1960s. Here's who you love, Angela Davis. She was a professor. She was a philosopher. She was a member of the Communist Party of the United States. She became famous because of her activism, her support for black political prisoners, and her FBI case. She later became a major voice in prison abolition and radical black politics. Her main base was California. Her influence level, 8 out of 10. All y'all know Angela Davis. She was one of the most recognizable black radical figures. Here's another one, Fred Hampton, the chairman of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party. He described himself as a Marxist-Leninist. He created the Rainbow Coalition, which tried to unite poor black, white, and Puerto Rican activists. His main base was Chicago, Illinois. His influence, we're going to put him at 7.5 out of 10. He was cut short. He was killed by the Chicago police in 21. But his organizing ability made him powerful. Do you hear? I'm trying to help y'all understand why you think the way you do. Huey P. Newton co-founded the Black Panther Party. The Panthers used Marxist, Leninist ideas to talk about police brutality and community control and poverty and power. Okay, as if they weren't Lenin. Do you all know who Lenin is? Look him up, right? These are not nice people, but Huey Newton developed the idea of revolutionary intercommunalism. Shout out to Lee Edwards. And his main base was in Oakland, California. His influence, we're going to put him up there at 8, 9. We're going to put him at 9 out of 10. His influence was national and international. Kwame Ture, right? What about him? Formerly known as Stokely Carmichael. He was a leader of the Student Nonviolent Organization, SNCC. He helped popularize the phrase Black Power, and he later moved toward Pan-African and socialist politics. And his main base was the U.S. Civil Rights Movement, especially SNCC. And he later moved to Guyana, West Africa. And then, of course, there's William Patterson. He led the Civil Rights Congress and he led Civil Rights Congress and helped present the We Charge Genocide petition to the United Nations. So you see how they're going national with it and international? That's not what we were doing, straight out of slavery. And then Elaine Brown, she was the leader of the Black Panther Party. She supported socialist revolutionary politics. Her main base was Oakland in California. Her influence level was 6.5 out of 10. Who else we got? Asada Shakur, right? We've heard that name before. 7 out of 10. She was connected to the Black Panther Party and later went underground. And then she received political asylum in Cuba. All right. Her main base was New York, and her influence was 7 out of 10. So again, family, not all these people were officially members of the Communist Party. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. They're not all official members of the Communist Party. But here's the thing. They were influenced by socialism and communism and Marxism. And so, together they helped shape Black radical politics in the 20th century. Now, Black radical leaders from the 20s and through the 27th, they had these, they mixed ideas about Black freedom with socialist, communist ideas, and they helped shift Black politics away from slow integration towards direct action, protest, class struggle, and anti-imperialism, right, and major social change, okay? And so here's the thing, these leaders also made Black struggle more international. And there's a reason for that, because many of them were international. They connected Black Americans to people fighting colonialism in Africa and Asia and Latin America and the Caribbean. They had not delineated, okay? And a lot of communist organizers also brought strong protest tactics to Black politics that we didn't do before. They brought that stuff from overseas. And after this type of radical leadership grew, the United States was described as an imperialist power, even though there is no king here. And many of these radicals said America was hypocritical because it claimed to fight for freedom overseas while enforcing Jim Crow and racism at home, which is very true. You have people like Paul Robeson argue that Black people should not be expected to show loyalty to the country that denied them basic dignity and full citizenship. That was new. Think about that. Here you have a group of people who've been in this country since its inception, who's fought in every war, and you telling them now the major thought is that they shouldn't be loyal to the country that they fought and died for. I want you to think about that. And see, they also spread the more systematic view of racism. They didn't focus only on individual white prejudice. So somebody calling you a name in a pickup truck is what we used to focus on. All right, now we're focusing on the courts and we're focusing on the labor system, and we're focusing on the foreign policy and the corporations and the government. And this created a new kind of political mindset. Black people were Americans, but they also stood outside America's official story and challenged its claims about freedom and democracy. So guess what? That had us believing that we weren't fully American. I want you to think about that. It described it for us. We already felt like that, but this described it for us. Now, many of these people, they got punished real harsh during the McCarthy era when they had the Red Scare and they were holding these congressional meetings trying to figure out, who's on the other side, okay? Who's for the side of the Russians. And the larger effect was that had a major shift in Black political thought. See, here's what I want you to understand. You all have been taught to villainize people like Booker T. Washington, right? Booker T. Washington was the bad guy, right? Right? He was a bad guy, right? And that's because a lot of these Black leaders that came afterwards pushed these leftist ideas. They wanted to overthrow America. They saw America as a capitalist, imperialistic power. They argued that true equality would require changing the economic system. Now, let's go ahead and start looking at some video footage. I want to break this down. Again, I want to give a shout out to everybody who contributed to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I told y'all we're going to be here for a minute. We got work to do, a lot of it. All right, now the first thing I need to do is this. The reason that I'm talking about this now is because there are regular Black people out here right now who are asking these questions, okay? Many of you right now, when did we become so anti-patriotic, right? Now, the first video I want to share with you all is this young lady. You all listen to her. All right, listen to this young lady. She's on Instagram. Okay, hear what she has to say, and then I'm gonna let them play.
Converting Negro churches created doubt, lack of confidence, suspicion, setting up situations that bring about racial bitterness, violence, and conflict, putting forth demands.
No, I can't let that play. I don't want to mess that up. But let's get to another one real quick. Basically, she was saying that where did all this come from? Okay, I want you to listen to this brother. I actually interacted with him today on I actually interacted with him today on Facebook. I saw this post and I'm like, man, I'm doing this broadcast anyway. This is perfect. So shout out to this brother. Listen to what he has to say. Okay, black capitalism. The black capitalism.
You know, narratives are an interesting thing because they can be used to persuade a person or people to like or dislike something or someone.
Mm-hmm.
This is one that I believe that's happening against the black community. Let me know what you think.
Oh, what a feeling. Fuck it.
I believe that this anti-capitalism argument is used to stifle economic growth within the black community.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree or disagree? Let me know below.
So basically what the young brother is saying that we have a lot of black people who are anti-American and by default anti-capitalism. And so if you're anti-capitalism, you don't believe in the capitalist system, which whatever you believe, you understand that racism exists under communism and socialism and monarchy and imperialism, anti-black racism specifically. This just happens to be where we are, okay? In a country that is capitalist, but really it's not really that capitalist, because if it was all capitalist, we wouldn't have free parks, welfare, fire services, put out fires, and police. Okay, so need to understand that. Now I want to let you. So So has this way of thinking interfered with our financial success here in the United States? Here's another brother I want you to check out. Y'all listen to him. Okay.
Symbol or a brand, you can actually separate them from politics and ideas that they lived by and espoused. This is why we can have so many black celebrities and entertainers use pro-blackness as an aesthetic and invoke these people as inspirations, but not actually adhere to the politics of these people.
How many of you all love Malcolm X? I'm just asking. How many of you all love Malcolm X? How many of you all support Malcolm X? If you love Malcolm X, you appreciate Malcolm X, type X in the chat room. Come on now. You support what Malcolm X stood for. All right? And I love Brother Malcolm. I appreciate him. I love what he stood for. You know, he died for what he believed in. Okay? What about Huey P. Newton? Somebody type Black Power in the chat room if you support the Black Panther Party and Huey P. Newton. Black Panther Party. You support Black Panther Party and Huey P. Newton. Again, we're not saying we don't love them, we don't respect them, we don't appreciate what they did. We're not saying that the information and the philosophies they espoused at the time was not good at that time, or at least aspects of it. We're just analyzing it so we can become a more mature, politically astute people so we know what this came from. All right? Most black people in this chat room support Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, and we also support MLK, Martin Luther King, right? We love MLK. It's a street named after Martin Luther King in every city in America. Okay? Somebody type MLK in the chat room. MLK, Martin Luther King, Huey P. Newton. Now, the question is, Where did they get their philosophies from? I want you to hear what this brother say, and do you really know what they stood for? Okay? All right, let's listen to what this astute young brother has to say, and then we're going to continue.
When you turn MLK into a brand, then you could ignore his democratic socialist politics.
When you turn MLK into a brand, a street, a speech, a holiday, you can ignore his Democrat socialist, what?
When you turn Malcolm X into a brand instead of a person, then you can ignore the fact that he said, show me a capitalist and I'll show you a bloodsucker.
Show me a capitalist and I'll show you a bloodsucker. So all you ladies out there who own a nail shop, all you brothers out there who have your own plumbing business and employ other people, you're a capitalist. That's what Brother Malcolm said. Okay? So I want you to listen. Now, UEP Newton, where are all my black people up in it? Come on in, all the black people. Come in close. We love UEP. Somebody type Black Power in the chat room if you love UEP. Let's listen to what UEP Newton said.
The most problematic nigga you know feels confident in Huey P. Newton being one of his heroes, even though Huey P. Newton said, if you're homophobic or misogynistic, you're a bitch and a goofy. That's a real speech. Google it. We need
Huey P. Newton, shout out to Generation Malcolm X. Huey P. Newton said, did you hear what he said? If you're homophobic or misogynistic, you are a bitch and a goofy.
If you're homophobic or misogynistic, you're a bitch and a goofy.
Now, I get the misogynistic part, but the homophobic part. Now, maybe we're taking it out of context. Maybe there were gay people in San Francisco who wanted to join the Huey P. Newton, the Black Panther Party, and he said, hey, you can't be in here homophobic or misogynistic because we got women and gays in here. But I just want you to understand that. Is this what the typical black person supports? Do you? I'm just asking, do you know that you're a real G from the community? Are you going to run out there? You know, you're supposed to be pimping holes and slamming Cadillac doors. You can't then say I'm anti-misogynistic. That is the epitome of misogyny. And many of us don't like those alternative lifestyles, do we? But you heard what Huey P. said, right? Huey P. said what? He said you was a bitch and a goofy if you're homophobic. Did y'all know that? I'm just asking. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying, well, where did these leftist ideas come from? Because they didn't come from nowhere. And this is the 1960s. This is your family's generation. This is your mama and daddy's generation. This is not even your grandparents' generation. How do we go from a people who built universities and schools and so on and so forth, having a do for self attitude, to being a group of people who said, oh no, we can't do anything? We have to look at the leadership. Okay, let's keep going.
That's a real speech. Google it. We need to actually get back to reading what these people wrote, actually researching the politic that these people had.
Right. You understand what the brother said? All right. Now let's keep looking. Let's keep on looking again. We love our leaders. We love those brilliant and beautiful people that came before us. We appreciate all that they've done, but we're analyzing what they're saying. We're not going to run away from it. Okay? We're not going to run away from it. Now, I want you to listen to this fella. Let's see what he has to say. Again, the whole point of these broadcasts, the whole point of this broadcast is to let you lay the foundation and let you know black people are wondering, how in the hell did we get so anti-black, anti-American? How did black Americans, of all people, how did we become so anti-American? Where did this come from? Huh? Where did it come from? This is where we are. We want to know where this anti-American sentiment came from. We served in the Revolutionary War. We served in the Civil War. We served in the War of 1812. We served in the World War I. We served in Korea. We served in World War II in droves. We fought to serve. We fought and died in this country. In Vietnam, we fought and died. So the question I have to ask yourself, when did we become so anti-patriotic? When did this happen to us? You understand what I'm saying? So again, we are not attacking our great leadership, but we are analyzing what was said by these people and what they stand for. That's all we're doing. Let's listen to this fella.
I actually have no idea why Black Americans would believe if people from other countries came to America to harm American civilians that we would be spared of all people. That actually makes no sense. People in other countries do not fuck with us. I don't know what makes y'all think that they fuck with us like that. They don't even want us in Africa. Africans don't fuck with Black Americans. So what the fuck would make you think that the citizens of Iran would welcome us with open arms? Because our ancestors went through slavery? Because of Jim Crow and we were oppressed for so long that they would just have to be like, yeah, you know, y'all have been through too much. You're good with us.
I mean, is the brother lying or not? Let me know if he's lying. Because when I heard this, I'm like, well, damn, I can't really refute what the young brother's saying, right? Does any of this make sense to you? Makes sense to me, right? Let's keep listening.
That's not how shit works. They don't fuck with us. They probably fuck with us less than white Americans. I don't know what y'all are getting from apologizing to Iran and saying, yo, like, Iran, we don't got nothing to do with this. Trump.
And you all understand that Iran is our enemy, right? You understand that, right? You understand they're not feeling us like
did
that,
this. Right? We ain't vote for Trump. Like, bro, they're coming over here for us too.
I mean, I just want to be clear with that. Now, I'm going to let this video play again. I had to quickly try to get this thing queued up again. You all make sure that if you have not subscribed to the channel, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Again, this is the video I tried to play earlier. I tried to play this video earlier. You all listen to this young lady. She's on Instagram. Okay.
Converting Negro churches created doubt, lack of confidence, suspicion, setting up situations that bring about racial bitterness, violence and conflict, putting forth demands so unrealistic that race relations are worsened. Shit. Attacking everybody in disagreement as reactionaries, fascists, Ku Kluxers. Damn it, who did it sound like?
Jasmine Crockett.
Who do? God dang it, let me finish. And Uncle Tom's among Negroes constitute the red patterns of operation. Fortunately, the overwhelmingly majority of Negroes in whose name the communists and their ilk presume to speak have not fallen from the blandishment of the Reds. They know a red light when they see one. The same cannot be said of many Negro intellectuals carrying the ball for communism.
So what that sister is just telling you, she was reading from a document that was telling about how the enemies of the United States, the communists, had infiltrated Black communities and Black leadership, and the United States government was doing a report and explaining, look at this. Look, this is what they're doing. Now, the majority of Black people aren't anti-American, but look at these people. And here's the thing, it's not just in Black America. I want you to understand that. Listen to this from about Nelson Mandela.
Is the hero a lot of people do.
I've heard about this before, but just try and unpack it.
But I've been meditating on the words of Samora Machel, who was the president of Mozambique and led them to independence from the Portuguese. And to paraphrase, he said, you know, if one day you hear the Europeans praise me, just know that I have betrayed you. I was thinking about that a lot recently. I think there's so much abundant wisdom to gain from that. But in the example of Nelson Mandela, you know, a lot of people, and he's hailed around the world, statued around the world as this great civil rights leader and the first president of United South Africa, and led South Africa out of apartheid in 1994. What a lot of people just won't know is that, like, in South Africa, a lot of people, especially like critical theorists and radical theorists, see Nelson Mandela of having essentially sold them out. Post 94 South Africa ran its economy on what we call the Washington Consensus, which was like free marketism and an introduction of like the IMF model of bringing in free markets and a liberalization of the market and protection of private property. And what that meant is that a lot of like the white sort of colonial masters' property was preserved and protected. We can't understand political power as only along one vein. It's not just about, oh, we now have the vote, we're now enfranchised, we now are under the same law. Because if you come from a starting point of radical wealth disparity, that has a power element to it. So a lot of people saw Nelson Mandela's conciliatory tone as not progressing black people out of subservience, but in some ways like kind of rationalizing the disparity between the poor and the elite. But
in other words, the socialists got to him and told him you're a victim and all your people are victims, as opposed to we can do it, we can build. That's what this gentleman is saying about Nelson Mandela. So it's not something that just happened here in the United States. Now, I want to give you all an opportunity to hear a speech that you have probably never heard before, okay? This is a brother from way back in the day, 1950s and 60s. I want you to hear what he has to say, okay? He was listen for yourself.
No, Reverend Robinson, that we want some kind of agreement. We want agreement by which we can live or die. You choose. I have spoken to you a lot of times in hatred and anger, and you have not heard me. Well, you had better hear me today. It's because you consider me a vagabond leader that I'm not to speak here. Well, you had better cut those neckties off of them black boys that you put in our district, because they don't know what's happening. And I'm from the pits of nigger hell, and I know what's happening.
Now, this is a local leader in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Okay, I want you to hear what he says next. Okay,
if you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America.
Did you hear what that black man said? You claim you love America. Well, we love America. He was talking about, as he put it, the American Negro, what we call foundational black Americans, okay? It denotes an ethnic group, a group of people of African descent who can trace their lineage back to slavery. So whether you call it the American Negro or foundational black American or the Salon people, or whether you call it indigenous black people, we know who we're talking about. Now, the reason folks are so offended by foundational black American is because that term foundational, that carries a lot of weight and a lot of power with it. And they don't like that. If black Americans decide, well, we'll just go back to being Negroes again, nobody would have a problem with it. They would laugh at that. Foundational black American is undisputed. It denotes power. It denotes influence. It denotes history. It denotes roots. It denotes a social status. See, we could be heritage black Americans. That would be a problem too, because it purposely excludes people who've been faking like they've been in here and hiding amongst us. They have tethered their way into the black experience, and they're holding on for dear life. So, but listen to the patriotism in this brother's voice, okay? And what he.
But you are driving us back, and you are making a Samson out of us, and we are going to pull down the pillar.
Look at those white people captivated. They have to take him seriously. This man is saying, look, we love America, but we're gonna Samson this, we're gonna tear it down. And they have to take it serious. How can we deny this black man who loves America, and we know these black people's history, and we know we haven't treated them right. We know they're Americans. And look how serious this man looks. You look at that. He might hate him with all his might. He might be racist to the bone, but he cannot deny this man. And see, this is what our ancestors did before. This is who our ancestors were. This was a real foundational black American leader. This was a real American Negro leader.
Should you try to pretend that I'm crazy because I want America to be saved?
You think I'm crazy? I want America to be saved. We don't even hear modern day leaders talking like this, do we? But you wonder why we made so much progress back then, and all of a sudden after the 1970s, it just went to pimping and drugs and gang banging and prostitution. Did that really help us? Did the leaders that happened between the 20s and the 70s, okay, the 1920s and 70s, great, a lot of rhetoric, we love them, but is that something that we want to carry forward with? Or should we go back to the old way where we said, you know what, we're going to do for ourselves. This is our country. We love this country. And just so you know, I'm not talking out the side of my mouth. I'm going to let you hear somebody that I know you all should know. You're supposed to know who this is. And if you don't know who this is, it's a doggone shame. This is Brother Dick Gregory. Listen to him.
America is my mama.
I don't know nothing else. I wasn't eating chitlins when I was in Africa. Huh? I wasn't eating watermelon when I was in Africa. Huh? I wasn't wearing zoot suits when I was in Africa. I wasn't getting my hair cut when I was in Africa. This bitch is my mama. And yours too. Except I know it's mine.
You hear what he just said? Now this is Dick Gregory. You understand? He comes from that same generation where we're Americans. America's not perfect, but this is our country. So the question is, has this anti-black or should anti-patriotic rhetoric, has this helped us? Now I want you to listen. Matter of fact, I want you to listen to this young lady too. I got another one. Listen to what she has, and this is kind of more related to the Iran war. Listen to this. Well, our country's at war, and listen to how she gloats. Not necessarily gloat, and I don't want to get a little lady a hard time. And I'm assuming that she's young, and people say crazy stuff on the internet. But listen to what this little lady says
on the news, and he said, "Send the U.S. military here. Bring it the fuck on."
Now she's referring to some Iranian leader who's probably unalive at this point. And she's basically saying, like, she's on the side of our enemies or the Iranians daring America to send the military on. Do you not know who the United States military is? Well, good thing for me, I don't have to explain it to her. Somebody else decided to do that. So we'll let her finish with this diatribe.
And just so we're clear, normal Americans don't want this war. Like, yeah, you see all the little hype videos and shit, but normal Americans don't really want this war. But the more I sit here and listen to Americans sit here on a day-to-day basis, try to downplay the capabilities or the readiness of the very military that protects us, right? Like, it's insane to me. Like, it's some shit that y'all really don't understand. Within our military, there are single individual troops, as in one guy, that go through more rounds training in 3 months than whole other military units go through in a year. There are
family. Does it make sense for Black Americans who have nowhere else to go to root against the United States in any war? Does that even make sense? Does it make sense for your family member who lives in your household, who may be in a fight with somebody you don't necessarily agree with? Y'all might have had a falling out. Does it make sense for you to root against your family member that's going to be returning to your household for an outsider? I'm just saying, does that even make sense? Does that even make common sense? Because to me, it doesn't. I'm never going to side with an outsider against my own, ever. Not going to do it. Because I know the outsider is looking for somebody inside the house to be on his side. It don't matter to me. Yeah, we might be wrong. We'll deal with that in the house. You take care of home first. You never side with enemies, outside enemies, against the people you got to live next door to. Why on earth would you root or cheer or hope that something bad happens to our American military servicemen and women in a war? I mean, think about that. You gassing up the other side. And the question is, family, where did this anti-American rhetoric come from? That's what I want to understand. And this is what we're talking about. Now, this beautiful young foundational Black American sister is going to hit some points. But if you listen to what she says, she comes to the same conclusion. But she, I had the question, how can you root against America? Listen to what she has to say. She's very even minded with it, you know, but I want you to listen to what the little sister has to say.
Somebody said that foundational Black Americans would not be rooting for the downfall of America because this is the country that our great-great-great-grandparents built. And I would just like to say, you're half right. And before anybody tries to come and question me, baby, I'm 6 generations deep in this bitch. And I know exactly who and where I come from. So let's
see, it's not the fact that you are 6 generations deep or you have deep FBA lineage. The question is, where did the idea of being anti-American come from? And I'm trying to point to you all that before the 1920s, you did not necessarily have so much leadership and political thought being anti-American and rooting for the destruction of America and the downfall of America. Where did it come from? And my theory is that it came from the Chinese, it came from the communists, it came from the Iranians, people who want to see America's downfall. So what interest do we have as foundational Black Americans, people with nowhere else to go? Do y'all want to go back to Africa? Do you think the Africans want us back there? Y'all been on my page, right? You've been on my page. We've listened to the video. Do you really think the Africans are going to accept 45 million of us? Caribbeans too. They don't want y'all either. So what's the point of rooting against your own country, whether you like it or not? Now I'm gonna let the little lady speak, and we'll come back.
Let's get into it. Yes, our family members, our ancestors, our people built this country. By 1860, 4 million enslaved people produced well over 60% of this nation's wealth. Enslaved Africans and enslaved African Americans literally and figuratively built this nation. That includes the U.S. Capitol and the White House. If you would like to, you can read more about that at the Smithsonian National Museum of African American Culture. Please understand that slavery created the startup capital for the U.S. economy's rise. And that capital accumulated under slavery continues to grow exponentially because of compound interest. It accrues today to the white heirs of the estates built by slave labor. All
right, so what this young lady is saying, basically, we are vested in this country. Somebody type vested in this country. We have a heavy investment in labor and material wealth in this country, in the United States of America. That's basically this push. She's going a little history, and I get it. She's long-winded, but she's also cute. All right. And I do my very best to get cute people when they're going to be long-winded. She's very pretty. So that's why I know y'all still watching. I see my subscriber count has gone up because she's here. But we are vested. Okay, we vested. So let's keep listening.
Heirs of the Black laborers who toiled for free have been excluded by law from their rightful inheritance. So yeah, our ancestors built this country without a doubt. And then this country denied them their 40 acres and a mule that they were promised. And then this country passed black.
She's right. Even though technically Mr. O. Howard, General Howard, did give us 40 acres and a mule down in Atlanta. And we named Howard University at him after, but then as soon as the new president came in office, he revoked all that. So they technically did it, gave it and came back, took it back.
To put them back into legal servitude, and then created sharecropping to keep them economically trapped. Used redlining to deny them home ownership. Used the GI Bill to build white generational wealth while denying Black veterans. Today, without intervention, it would take 228 years for the average Black American family to build the same wealth as their white counterparts. 228 years, according to the NAACP. So when I look at this country, I don't see a country that was built for us. I see a corporation that was built by us.
All right. So see, again, you don't see it. You just said we did all this stuff building, and you saying it wasn't built for us. We built it. That's really all that matters. I mean, I want you to think of something. The world belongs to whoever's strong enough to take it and hold on to it. That's what I need you all to understand. That's the most American thing I can say. You need to be able to, if you're willing to put it on the line for something, it's yours. That's how this world works. Everybody has right. Nobody has right. The reason that America belongs to us is because we say so. Somebody said, because I say so in the chat room, because we say so. All right. And you can refer to it as a corporation, and she's kind of mixing these conscious ideologies and so on and so forth. But again, she's pretty. So that's why we're going to listen to her. Okay. Let's keep listening to her. That's the problem with pretty women. They say crazy stuff, and just because you want to, you still listening, and then they think They are, they just got it on point. Sometimes you got to treat pretty women like ugly women and say, "No, baby, hell no, you're wrong." Okay, and Uncle D is crazy, so I might say some crazy stuff like that. No, baby, it's not a corporation; it's a country. All the rest of the countries would be, well, it is sort of a corporation, it's a business. But let's keep listening.
Owned by someone else that has never once paid its debt. A corporation that quite literally needs an underclass to function. Do you know that Black Americans hold 2% of the nation's wealth?
That is capitalism. That's how capitalism works.
Less than 2%.
She said we only hold 2%.
A corporation that quite literally needs an underclass to function. Did you know that Black Americans hold 2% of the nation's wealth?
Yes, Dr. Claude Anderson said that. Okay. And the thing is, you have to understand, we just start being full citizens in 1965 in my generation. So Generation X is the first full generation of Black people, Black people with full rights in this country. And we're doing pretty good for 60 years. Okay, let's give it some time. We're doing pretty good. We didn't have full rights. Okay, in that first 100 years, as you pointed out, after slavery, we still didn't have. They were still working us for free. Okay, baby, that's what I'm saying. And see, our ancestors would say, "Hell, we doing goddamn well. We own negative anything before that." So where does anti-Black stuff come from? Because you look like you living pretty good with your gold hoops and your little wig on and your little skinny spaghetti strap halter top, baby. Now, you yellow people shouldn't wear yellow. I'm gonna say that. I ain't gonna get messy, but yellow people, when you light skinned, you shouldn't wear yellow. Uncle D don't wear yellow. You can get lost in the yellow. Okay, but that's okay. Keep talking.
Less than 2%, according to Berkeley Economic Review. And that's not by accident. That is a feature of this nation, of this corporation. So will the fall of America hurt Black and brown communities first? Yeah.
Here we go with the fall of America. I do not want America to fall, okay? Because if America falls, guess who it's going to fall upon? It's going to fall upon Black people, okay? So we do not want America to fall. I want America to stand tall and do well because I live here. Okay, so again, this is the anti-American rhetoric. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? You don't want America to fall either, baby girl. You don't. You do not want you. They're not going to treat you well in Saudi Arabia. They're not. They are not going to treat you well in East Bangladesh. Okay, they're going to treat you like a la negra. Okay. And I don't know if you noticed this, but around the world, okay, las negras don't get treated well. Los negros, they don't get treated well either. Okay, they have racial epithets for both Black men and Black women. Have you been to Japan? You should go visit. There's a Zara store in Japan. I want you to go visit. Okay, that's what I want you to do. And then you let me know that you want America to fall. I don't. Okay, I want America to stand tall and keep doing what it's supposed to do. Okay, for the next 1,000 years or so. Let's keep listening.
Yes, of course, it always does. Every economic crisis in American history, Black and brown communities see it and feel it first. The 2008 housing crisis, Black American families felt it first.
So why would you want America to fall then, baby? Why would you want America? You are Black and brown. Why would you want America to fall? You little wig shaking. That does not make sense. And so again, this little lady is too young to have developed all this rhetoric. Where did it come from? Somebody type where from in the chat room. Where
53% of the wealth. COVID, Black Americans died at twice the rate. Every recession, every inflation spike, every single crisis, same story. So in that respect, I understand why some people are saying don't root for the fall of America. But here's my question.
Yes, don't root for the fall of America, man. Baby girl. No, we do not want America to fall. Do you think all these Black people in this chat room want to give up their Mercedes Benzes? Do you think they want to give up their fancy cell phones? Where are we going to go? I mean, let's just be honest. Where are we going to pack up and go? And what does America fall mean? You mean the roads don't get repaired anymore? You mean the traffic lights stop working? You mean the gas is so expensive that we have to wait in line for 8 hours just to fill up our tanks? Is that what you mean, America fall? Because we don't want that, okay? We want the telephone lines to work, the water to work, the electricity to work. We want the roads to keep roading. We want the highways to keep highwaying, okay? Do you know how many potholes there are in the average street in Brooklyn, or hell, we got a street here in Houston, Texas called Richmond Boulevard. I dare any of you all to drive past 25 miles per hour on certain parts of Richmond Boulevard. It is filled with potholes. I think they do it on purpose. Is that what you want when you say American fall? Because look, you're not gonna be able to do anything. You're not gonna be able to take a bath. Okay, you're gonna be doing. Let me show you something. Let me show you what the fall of a country looks like. I want you to see specifically. What the fall of a country looks like. Since you know everybody, yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that. Let me see if I can pull this up. I can't pull it up fast enough, but I have a video of a young lady in Cuba. Okay, and this young lady in Cuba is saying, yeah, I can't wait I love my people, and you know, it's great being here, but my God, they don't have water. They got to throw water in the toilet. You understand what I'm saying? Is this what you really want? You don't want that. You do not want that. What you want to happen is for our country to be the best it could be. You want our country to do its best. You want us to do our best to stay on the right side of justice. But at the end of the day, it's called nation building. Name a country on the planet that has ever existed that has not committed heinous acts according to the people that the acts were performed upon. There are none. Okay? There are none. And somebody say, I sound indoctrinated. No, you sound like you're anti-patriotic. You are one of the ones I'm talking to. Me not wanting to live in a third, fourth world country, okay, it's not being indoctrinated, fool. Why would I want to live in a place where we don't have running water, and if my woman get pregnant, we're gonna get substandard health care, or we have to wait in line for hours? Why would I want that? And see, let me tell you something else, man. Let me go ahead and get on into it, because you know what I do, and I'm gonna do it when I do it. A lot of these leaders, a lot of these black leaders that came over here, and a lot of them were foreigners.
Country worth saving?
No, burn it all the fuck down.
This is how the typical black foreigner feels.
Country worth saving?
No, burn it all the fuck down.
Do what?
Burn it the fuck down.
So you got this Jamaican woman who's who's an immigrant saying, F America, burn it down. This woman is raising a whole generation of black immigrants who come to this country and don't even like it. There are some of these leaders, and I'm gonna go into it. You're not gonna like it since I'm indoctrinated. I'm just sitting here trying to present to you my observation. You have people who have questions. How did Black America get so damn anti-America? Where does this come from? Where are we supposed to go? I'm answering the question for you. And I'm trying to help you understand. It's been an influx of foreign influence by our enemies. And you got a whole lot of black people who are already primed not to like America because they come from countries where they feel America has done them wrong, or their people wrong, and they get raised, and they raise another generation of people like that. Listen to it.
Start over.
If you were to be able to move out of America, would you?
Yes, actually, thank you for asking me. If these MAGA people think that I am as an immigrant shouldn't be here, please set a GoFundMe and pay for me to leave, and I will leave.
Now you got a Jamaican woman saying Americans or whoever, she's mad at the MAGA people, they got to pay for her to go back to Jamaica. Baby, you need to go ahead. Spirit Airlines is not working, but I'm sure you can get a Southwest flight to Montego Bay for $220. Okay, that's what you need to do. But again, F America is what this woman said. America needs to burn down. Where did this? This is what we have. This is what we're importing here. Most immigrants will tell you, I'm not here for you all. I'm here to make money off America. Don't y'all hear them say that? We've heard them say that, right? This is how they really feel, right? And so this generation of people are raising the next generation.
And so much.
Listen.
Why did you come to America?
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, miss me with that. Black Americans don't run in America. You don't own or control anything in America besides your mouth. That is the only thing you run. Okay, that is the only thing you run in America, your mouth. You think Africans came here because of you?
No.
We came here.
You came here to what? Tell us what you came here for, sir.
To hustle, bro.
Oh, you came here to hustle, so you don't really love America. That's what you tell me. You just came here to hustle and make money. So you're not, it's really a financial thing for you. Is that what you're saying?
The same reason we go to France.
Oh.
Britain.
Okay.
Germany.
Oh, thanks for
we go to hustle. We don't care about you. See,
we don't care about you. Okay, I guess you don't care about black Americans. You don't care about America. I think that kind of proves
learn your history out of courtesy.
We learn your history out of courtesy so we can throw it back at you. You understand what I'm saying? That's enough of African Smurf. So again, since I'm the one that sounds indoctrinated because I'm trying to explain to you why you've been indoctrinated. Okay, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to explain to you why are we so damn anti-Japanese people's country got bombed. Okay, and they're not as anti-American as some of us, and we've been here for 500 years. Where does this come from, family? Where does this come from? Where in the heck does this come from? So let's go ahead and dig a little deeper. Y'all with me? All right, we getting a little hotter. It's getting hot in here, ain't it? Yeah, I know. It's supposed to. All right, it's supposed to, because some of this we need, if we are going to become a more mature, politically astute group of people, we need to understand where this rhetoric comes from. Okay, where does it come from? Now let's go ahead and explain the environment. And this is Dr. John Heinrich Clarke. I want to let him explain to you the atmosphere that existed when these leaders came about. Listen to Dr. John Henrik Clarke, okay?
Now, in this atmosphere, 1917, in the red summer of 1919, riots all over the country, burning blacks down. Now can you see why it was easy for Marcus Garvey to create the atmosphere and to add to the atmosphere of return, because the country had rejected us, and he was telling us there is a land that is yours. He said the American promise wasn't made to you. The American dream wasn't dreamed for you.
Right. So basically, America at the time, they were 1920 summer, red summer. We had built all these towns up around. White folk got mad. We came back from World War I. Black men was like, nah, you're not going to treat me like a second-class citizen. And we start standing up for ourselves. And so white folks said, well, we're going to put these N-words in their place. They wouldn't let our soldiers wear their suits, their uniforms. They gave them a hard time like that. Many of them were unalive. And so this is the environment. So now, guess what? America's enemies said, well, you know what we can do? We can use these people, these disgruntled black Americans, and we can destabilize America. That's what we can do. And there's plenty of them that were willing to do that. Now, I'm gonna let you look at a few videos, a couple more videos, and then I'm gonna bring it on home. But I guess first we need to start with Marcus Garvey. Okay, let's look a little bit let's look at Marcus Garvey. Okay,
Garvey.
Fair use.
Born in Jamaica, Garvey grew up in poverty. He came to
born in Jamaica. So here we are. We have a foreign-born black person with ties not to foundational black America or the American Negro. All right. Here's the thing you need to understand about all immigrants. They all feel like they can go home. They all have somewhere else to live. Have you ever rented a car? And I want to ask you all, when you rent that car, do you treat that car like it's your car? You might have a car identical to the rental car. You won't even let your children eat in the car. They got to kick the dust off their feet when they get in your car. But when you get that rental car, you driving extra fast, you slamming on the brakes a little too hard. The kids in the back seat eating tacos and chicken and popcorn. They smearing chocolate on everything. You running red lights, okay? Hell, you doing donuts in the parking lot. You might even loan somebody the car because you don't care. I got unlimited miles. Go ahead. You don't treat that rental car the same way as you treat your own. Likewise, it was very easy for somebody like Marcus Garvey to say, hey, well, let's get the hell out of here and go back to Africa. He had already went somewhere. He ain't from here in the first place. Okay, now put yourself in the position of these black elites and these successful black people who built these hundreds of black colleges and churches and all this infrastructure and all these towns around town, because we rebuilt the towns. All right, and you got this dude from Jamaica telling y'all that, hey, yeah, y'all just pack up. We'll leave all this infrastructure here for these white supremacists to take over. And y'all, we all gonna hop in the boat called the Black Star Line, and we all gonna sell, at that time, 20 million back to Africa. Even though these elites studied people, they knew what happened in Sierra Leone. They knew what happened in Liberia. They've already realized that Africa was a failure for black people, black Americans to return, because we ain't African. We're not culturally African, different language, different way of dress, different. The Liberia experiment explains that. We end up putting the Africans in slavery again. You understand what I'm saying? So let's listen.
Understand race relations through the lens of British colonialism throughout the Caribbean and Latin America. As his thinking matured, he began to formulate a revolutionary social movement. In 1914, he founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association, dedicated to uniting all the black people throughout the world.
Who does it benefit by uniting all the black people around the world? Who benefits from that? Who benefits from uniting foundational black Americans with the rest of the black people around the world? Even back then, I'm just asking, who benefits from that? Who benefits the most from connecting themselves to the United States, to the black people in the United States of America? We're richer, we're more educated. Here's the thing, fellas, ladies. What happens if you're successful and rich and you hook up with somebody who's impoverished and poor? Who benefits from that relationship? It's not us. See, what you got to realize is that when you're dealing with a foreign person and they are not tied to your country, they may not have your best interest at heart, but they can see you as something they can exploit. That's what you're looking at. So in Marcus Garvey's mind, the black population in the United States would be the moneymaker, the engine that would be used to do what? Power the rest of the black world. How does that benefit us? We trying to rebuild our own cities and towns, and you want us to focus on everybody else around the world? How does that benefit little black boys and little black girls in Atlanta, Georgia, since we're funding projects in Africa and Jamaica and Trinidad? How does that help us? So I want you to understand that from that context. Let's keep listening.
2 years later, he immigrated to the United States, where his powerful message quickly gained traction.
We want to unite the Negro race in this country. We want every Negro to work for one common object, that of building a nation of his own on the great continent of Africa.
Now, again, our people were getting burned out and harassed and beat up and all sorts of stuff. You heard Dr. John Henry Clark. So this appeal, we got to get away from these people. We want a nation of our own. We're going to put a wire fence up around our nation in America, or better yet, we'll just all go back to Africa. We want to get away from these people. Okay, so you got a fertile ground. Black people are afraid. Black people want to go home. Black people want to get away from these white people, so we want our own home to go to. He appealed to a fantasy. And that's what I think you need to understand. Okay, we're going to go to Africa and we're going to start our own Wakanda. That's what we're going to do. We're going to be all right. We're going to get away from these white folk as if they don't have racism over there. It's the same colonialists over there. You understand what I'm saying? Let's keep listening.
For the purpose of bettering our industrial, commercial, educational, social, and political conditions.
Around the same time that movies like Birth of a Nation are showing extraordinarily racist depictions of African Americans as monsters.
It's some of y'all want to leave right now. Somebody type black fatigue in the chat room. This is black fatigue that they had back. This is early forms of black fatigue. So they stopped liking us the minute we stopped working for free, or they stopped tolerating us. Okay. So what I'm trying to explain to you guys is this is the racially hostile environment we were living in, similar to the one we're living in now. You see white folk throwing a tantrum, trying to get their tantrum, trying to assert themselves because they want their power back. All right. And so now here you got this outsider, this Jamaican dude who's got charismatic, He's coming here. Hey, we'll just go to Africa. We want our own. Sounds great, right? Sounds great on paper, right? But you mean we're gonna leave all our infrastructure though? We're gonna leave our who's coming and who's not coming, right? That's what I'm saying. Clearly, you don't mean all of them. All right. So who exactly do you want to come to Africa with you? Somebody type, who is it that Marcus Garvey wanted to come to Africa with him? Because see, here's the thing. I want you to listen to this brother. I know you know who he is, right? Let's listen to him. Who did he want?
He never said take everybody back to Africa. He never had a back to Africa movement. The media called it that.
Okay.
Marcus Garvey said some of you are no good in America and will likewise be no good in Africa. I have no intention of.
So who did Marcus Garvey want to come back to Africa?
Resettling every.
He didn't want the no good ones. Somebody type no good. I want everybody in the chat room who supports the Backward Africa movement. I want you to type no good ones. Who do you think he meant by the no good ones? Do you think he meant the drunks, the drug dealers, the dudes fresh out of prison? Do you think he meant the poor people with no money and no education? Who do you think was the no good ones? Who do you think he wanted? I'm just saying. Now, who did he fall out with when they said, no, that ain't a good idea? Who did he fall out with? The Talented Tenth. And so he vilified the Talented Tenth. He made them out to be the bad guys because they didn't want to play his game. Those were the good ones that he wanted. He wanted the doctors, the lawyers, the engineers, the plumbers, the business owners. That's who he wanted. And so many of you don't like the Talented Tenth right now because they said we're not about to leave our billions of dollars worth of infrastructure and our millions of acres of land to return to Africa when we already know what happened in Liberia. We already know what happened in Sierra Leone. So are you all starting to see the what happened, what really happened? You got this foreign-born Black person who's tethered his way into Black America, become the leader of this huge organization, capitalize on the time of strife and racial hostility and say, hey, I got this idea. Let's all go back to Africa. But not all of y'all. We just want the good ones. And you heard the Prince of Pan-Africanism say it out of his own mouth. So now that we've laid the context, I'm going to let you finish listening a little bit more about Marcus
African
Garvey.
in the diaspora back home, and neither do I. When I want to take blonde whips and bunny hoppers, basketballs and footballs and weaves and perms and Air Jordans, hell, video game systems, Africa got enough problems as it is. She don't need us coming over there with more toxicity.
So the Prince of Pan-Africanism don't want Pookie and Ray Rays either. Okay, he doesn't want you either. So just like Marcus Garvey, they don't want that. They want the Talented Tenth. You understand what I'm saying? Ain't life something? Ain't this a stinker? And you look at y'all. Oh, y'all, come on now. Where are all the people that was saying I was so, where y'all at? Somebody type Asian in the chat room. Somebody type Boule in the chat room. Somebody type Talented Tenth. They don't want you. That's who they wanted. They wanted the Boule. They wanted the Talented Tenth. They want the money. They want the people who are productive. They want you to leave your country and go to Africa and rebuild it so they can have their own little kingdom for themselves. Have you over there working while you bowing down. I'm just saying, don't get mad at me. You the one that's been brainwashed. All I'm doing is pointing out where it happened. Somebody type sellout in the chat room. Come on, let's talk about it. You know, I don't like you nowhere. I'm going to tell you that I want to hurt your feelings. I want you to be mad. I want y'all punching at the air by the time you finish. Somebody type Black Power in the chat room. Somebody type B1 in the chat room. So come on now. Come on, let's do it. Let's get that. Let's get all of that. Yeah, baby. Uncle D is about that life, man. Now, again, got myself in an uproar. Now, we done learn, we still in here. Y'all still here. Somebody type B1, and that's what y'all like. Black Power, right? That's what Black Power, leaving the country, right? That's it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of let you guys see a little bit more about some of these leaders. Listen to some of these leaders from the 1970s, and we're going to analyze it with the understanding that many of them have been brainwashed. And I'm still getting deeper into the lesson, but I just got to, go through these videos. And I know, it's upsetting to some of y'all. I know.
The real question.
I'll be snatching them Stokely Carmichael pictures off the wall. Let's listen to it. Hit the number one button.
Is that people are not clear on capitalism because capitalism is a very vicious system. But what it does is it embroideries, it's vicious.
I mean, he sounds so cool. Capitalism is a very vicious system. You have a coat and a tie on and those glasses manufactured in Taiwan because of capitalism. You see, this is the hypocrisy that I have a problem with. Okay, this is the thing. These leaders are just like the ones we have now. They hate capitalism. They hate, but they still reap the benefits of it. Okay, this is 1973. So you have 50 years of socialist, communist indoctrination, and now you have the byproduct of that. We are all victims. Somebody type victim in the chat room.
Viciousness with all sorts of elusive terms. For example, many of us would.
Now, where is it? You know who this is? This is Stokely Carmichael, and this man is born in a foreign country, Trinidad. You see, this man is, and as you saw before, a lot of these people, they don't have the greatest relationship with America. They feel like America has oppressed them. So now here we've given them the microphone, and foundational Black Americans are not delineated, or as we would call back then, Negro, or then Black, right? We delineated. We didn't have, well, where are you from, man? We just accepted anybody Black is Black. We have the same interests because we just unite on the Black thing. You understand what I'm saying? Even though his perspective is different than ours. We know this is our country. We don't have anywhere else to go. This man can go back to Trinidad. He got paper. He got family members there. You understand? Let's keep listening.
Support capitalism because we actually believe that in a capitalist system, there's a chance for us to get the same amount of money as Rockefeller gets, because we're told that under capitalism there is equality of opportunity. So that we feel that if this year we didn't make as much as Rockefeller made, then we got to work a little bit harder, and next year we're going to make it. But
you hear what he's saying? He's saying, oh, yeah, the only reason we believe in capitalism is because we think we're going to get rich. Well, the truth is most people really just want to live comfortably. We don't need to have Rockefeller money. And what I don't want to happen is just socialism, and I don't want to go too deep into that, but what I don't want to do is be a doctor and make the same amount of money as a taxi driver. What I don't want to do is have to bring my paycheck home and share it with all my neighbors. That's what I don't want to do. That's what socialism is. That's this radical communalism that Huey P. Newton was into. Does that sound like something any of y'all want to do? Tell you what, if you do believe in what these brothers and sisters were saying, what I want you to do next time you hop in your car, I want you to drive down to the homeless shelter, and I want you to pack as many homeless people in the car as you can, and then drive them anywhere they want to go in the city for free. That's what I want you to do. If you believe in socialism that much, what I want you to do is next time you cook dinner, I want you to go down under the bridge and take all the food that you cooked and give it to the people who are under the bridge, the drug addicts, the prostitutes, the homeless dudes, the people that talk to themselves, the ones with the teeth missing out the side of their mouth. I want you to listen to all their stories, and then I want you to hop back in your car and drive home. Okay, that's what and take a few with you. That's what I want you to do. If you really believe in socialism, because I don't believe in working for free. And I certainly want to get what I'm supposed to get after my work effort. And if I sacrifice and delay, my gratification comes later on in life because I've educated, built my business up, then I want to be rewarded for that. That's what I want. Now, if you don't like capitalism, that's fine with me, okay? Here's another thing, exploiting people. Well, you know what? I'm paying minimum wage. You want to make minimum wage, fine. If not, go find something else to do. But minimum wage is going to get your foot in the door. It doesn't mean you're supposed to make a livable wage off that. Hell, you 14 years old working at the McDonald's. Minimum wage should be good for you. But if you work hard, learn the business, work your way up, you can make more money, or maybe you can open your own franchise. That's how capitalism works. You understand? But the best thing is the money you you get to keep. Now, we're going to take a little bit of it so we can build these roads and pay for some of these poor people over here. But you can keep most of your money. That's how taxes work. That's the capitalist system that we have. Now, again, I would like you to listen to this man, because see, our people believed in capitalism at the time we were building those universities, to send our kids to doctors, medical school, law school, engineer. We believed in capitalism at the time we were building those churches. Okay, we believed in it then. But somewhere between 1920 and 1970, we stopped like capitalism. And what coincided with that was a lack of building. To all my conspiracy theories, you want to know black people don't build anymore. It's because of you all. It's because you've been brainwashed to believe that America is not your country, even though, like I said before, America belongs to who's strong enough to take it and hold on to it. And that's not my philosophy. That's just Western philosophy, generally speaking. Ask Alexander, right? But this is the mindset you've inherited, and this is where we are right now. So we'll keep listening to Mr. Stokely Carmichael, and I want you to understand this man is a foreign-born black person speaking on behalf of black people in the United States, okay, with ties to socialism and ties to communism. I'm just saying, let's listen.
If we carefully examine a capitalist system, we will see that it's based on exploitation, because the viciousness of capitalism, and the reason why once black people examined we can never be for it, is that under a capitalist system, the fruits of those who labor are enjoyed by somebody else.
So cool. So somebody type cool as hell, and it sounds smooth though with the words, man, with the pimp talk, baby. And all that plays in the part.
That is, those who do the laboring, the fruits of their labor, they don't enjoy it. As a matter of fact,
the fruit, what do you mean those that do the labor? If I have your ass out there cutting my goddamn grass, that don't mean you can come sleep in my bed at night. That don't mean you can eat my dinner. I paid you, get on now. If I had a fruit farm, an orange farm, and I paid you 50 cents a pound, and I paid you that fair amount, you agreed to that. So where's the exploitation? Go get another job if you don't like it. You're not entitled to a job. You're not entitled to anything. Nobody owes you anything. And see, this is the thing. When you start looking, it's like, hell, I don't want to pay for somebody for free. I don't want to do it. Let's keep listening. Somebody type.
We could say under capitalism that the fruits of the labor of the toiling masses are enjoyed by those who do not labor. And again,
did they pay you? If they paid you, really, there's nothing you can say about it. The labor. So what do you want? Free? Is that what somebody type free? Sounds like if it's not free, you're a victim. Has given people free stuff helped black people? Has given black people free anything? Y'all have some black people that have been living free in your families. I do too. Section 8, welfare, EBT, right? We've had some of those. Has that helped us? Has it helped the mentality of black people giving them stuff for free? I'm not saying we shouldn't have some forms of welfare, et cetera, but has it helped us as a nation of people? And I'm just talking about black folk. Absolutely not. Okay, but apparently, unless you're giving it to them for free, something's wrong. It's capitalism is bad, as if socialism is better. Let's listen to some more of these folk talk. Okay, let's go ahead and listen to some more. Okay, here's another one.
Dangerous, a radical, a communist. But this man was something else. The man who dared to say that black people had the right to defend themselves with rifles, if necessary. Meet Cyril Briggs, born in...
We have been defending ourselves with rifles for a long time. You see what I'm saying? This is nothing new. We've been defending ourselves with rifles for a long time. Listen to the man. Let's keep listening. Where was he from?
1888 on the Caribbean island of Nevis. He grew up under British...
We have another foreign-born black person speaking on behalf of black people in the United States, a person who has no ties to the black community in the United States. He is not an American Negro. He may be a Negro from Nevis, but that is not America. Okay, let's keep listening.
Colonial rule, where whiteness meant power and blackness meant subjugation. He came to Harlem in the early 1900s, just as it was becoming the capital of black life in America. And while
it was becoming the capital of communist socialist thinking in America, that's what was happening.
Others preached patience. Briggs saw the truth. White supremacy wasn't going to fade out on its own. It had to be confronted. He picked up a pen first. As a journalist,
so you got a foreign-born immigrant confronting coming to the United States, saying he's confronting white supremacy as if he's the first person to ever do it in the United States. Did you not know who Nat Turner was? Did you not know who Harriet Tubman was? What about those hundreds of slave rights? We have been confronting white supremacy for a long time, which is why you were able to come to the country in the first place. They were not letting Negroes come to the country before we said you can come. Okay, so we obviously done something. So here we got another Marcus Garvey type person coming up here telling us what we, the American Negro at the time, should be doing.
Used newspapers like The Crusader to tear apart racism, capitalism, and empire. But when words weren't enough, he founded something more dangerous, the African Blood Brotherhood, in 1919. It wasn't a social club. It was a revolutionary secret society. Members trained with rifles. They vowed to protect Black communities from lynch mobs and white violence. And when the mobs came, they showed up. During the Red Summer of 1919, when white mobs rampaged through Black communities all across the nation,
shout out to Super Sticker,
the Brotherhood was there, defending lives when police looked the other way. But Briggs wasn't just about bullets. He was about vision. He believed in Pan-Africanism.
There we go with Pan-Africanism. This is Black people in the United States of America acting as the engine, because this is where the wealth is, this is where the schools are, this is where the education is. We as the engine for the rest of the diaspora. Does that benefit us or them? I'm just asking questions. Okay, again, don't get offended about me presenting information to you, asking questions. Look it up for yourself. Let's keep listening.
Black people worldwide uniting against colonialism. He believed in socialism, tying Black...
Colonialism, socialism. Here we go. Y'all see where it comes from? Did you all know this? These people were pervasive. They ran the Black community, thought leaders, political leaders for 50 years between the 1920s and the 1970s. Do you see now what happened to the mentality of the Black person that grew up and was indoctrinated by this? 50 years. See, before this, we were builders. Some kind of way now, we feel like, oh no, we can't build anything, even though we have more money, more education, more prosperity than all of our ancestors rolled into one. But yet you get immigrants who come to this country and they get rich painting our toenails. I'm just pointing out, Black people don't work together. How did they have all these churches and land around the country and stuff if they can't work together? Clearly, something in your mind has programmed you to believe that it's all futile. Where did this come from? Somebody type where from in the chat room.
Liberation to the fight against economic exploitation. He believed that freedom couldn't be begged for. It had to be built, seized, and defended.
Freedom, we had already fought and got freedom, sir. By the time you got there in 1990, a couple of wars had been fought for our freedom, sir. Okay, that's what I'm trying to help this man understand and see. It's like we don't need you coming to our country to tell us how we need to deal with these white folk that at that time we've been dealing with for 300 years. And see, this is the arrogance of a lot of these immigrants. They come to this country thinking they know better than we do. Okay, let's keep on listening. Y'all mad? Let me know if you're mad. I'm not mad. Matter of fact, that's Cyril Briggs. We'll go to some more videos and let me know how you all feel. Is there any questions? Do you all have any issues that you want to talk about? Is there anything? Have you learned something? If you learned something, good. I'm not finished. I have more. Okay, I'm not finished. I have more. But I want to kind of get back to some more learning. So again, these leaders help push Black politics into a more radical direction. And they help pressure organizations like the NAACP to take these stronger, more radical positions in economic issues. And people like Thurgood Marshall disagreed with, like, nah, we've been doing, we good. And that's why they call them the radical youth. If you look at some of these old writings, it's like, y'all tripping. Okay, but the effect on current effects on Black politics right now, that influence on these radical traditions, they still are seen in Black politics right now. Here's a 2024 Pew Research study. It said that 67% of Black Americans believe that the American political system was designed to hold Black people specifically back. That's what it says. That's what it says. That's what they said. They believe, and that belief fits with the idea that institutions are built to protect the powerful instead of treating everybody fairly. Where did that mindset come from? Because we fought to vote before, but now we feel like it's futile. And here's another one. Black Americans have become more open to socialism and racial groups. Okay. Black Americans are the only racial group more likely to view socialism positively than negatively. Isn't that crazy? And also positive views of capitalism amongst Black American adults dropped from 57% in 2019 to 40% in 2022. So we fall back on that indoctrination when things get rough. We went through COVID-19, it's all bad. As if they weren't catching COVID over in Russia and Cuba, with the communism in China, where it started. You understand? Think about that. If you look at the Black Lives Matter movement, the term racial capitalism is on its policy platform, or it was. That language goes straight back to Black Marxist thinkers like Cedric Robinson. That's where it comes from. It's in there. And so the debate over, here's the thing, historically, Black Americans practice service-based patriotism. Okay, we served in every American war. And we believe that the military service and sacrifice and loyalty would help us earn our full citizenship rights, which it did. That's what pushed us forward. The socialist communist influence, all that did was it helped strengthen a different kind of patriotism. And this can be called criticism or critical patriotism. Okay, so you have service-based patriotism, critical patriotism. And under this view, loving the country means holding the country accountable. Somebody type, quote unquote, accountable to its own promises. And so today, Black Americans we're not proud of the current condition of the country, but that doesn't mean we've completely rejected America. It's 25% of Black voters describe themselves as proud of the current state of America. 60% say they feel hopeful. And that suggests that many Black Americans are tired of the country's problem, but still believe change. But look at those numbers. Now, look at the non-radical integrationist leaders. Shout out to Aaron Gibbs. Okay. They wanted equal act. These are the ones before. These are FBA. These are the American Negro leaders before. They are the non-radical integrationist leaders. Okay. Remember, we wanted integration because that was used as a threat. You all don't give us the money we need to build up our resources and parks and schools. We're going to come sit our Black behinds over in your school. And we know y'all don't want that. So now we know you're going to give us our money. And they called us on and said, nah, we going to give you Negroes the money. Well, y'all can sit with the poor whites. The rich whites will go ahead and take our children and put them in exclusive schools. So we don't have that problem. Because again, rich white people are always going to throw poor white people under the bus. That's what they're there for. They are the ultimate buffer class. That's why it's called a buffer class. It's about class. Poor whites, they don't care about you either. But anyway, the strategy focused on lawsuits. That's what we did. We used the system. We voted, we lobbied, we worked inside the system because our ancestors saw America as flawed but fixable. And their legacy includes all the major victories, the Civil Rights Act, all that stuff that they're losing now, right? Because, you know, at this point, we think it's futile, so why are we fighting for it anyway? But the radical socialists and the communist leaders, they had a different view. They focus more on changing or dismantling the economic system. What happens if they dismantle the economic system? This is what these radicals wanted to do. This is what these communist, socialist trained, Moscow trained Black folk want to do. What's going to happen to you being able to go down to the Piggly Wiggly and get yourself a pack of chicken wings and some French fries? Are you going to be able to do that without an economic system? Are you going to be able to gas up your Hyundai Excel from 1989? Are you going to be able to go down to CVS or Walgreens and get your grandma her blood pressure medicine if the economic system breaks down? How does that benefit us? Okay, but this is what these radical socialist / communist Black leaders thought was a good idea. Does that sound like an idea that the typical American, I'm not saying white or Black, does that sound like the typical idea that an American would support? Huh? You mean we're gonna mess up what we got going on for what? We're gonna tear it down? Is it that bad? And what we gonna replace it with? What they doing in Russia, Cuba? I don't want that. I know I don't. Okay. But another thing, the strategy included mass protests, labor strikes, international alliances, and direct that. That's where they got there. These mass protests, some of that came from these communists. And we like, yeah, let's somebody type pull up. That's where pull up came from. Our people wasn't necessarily pulling up like that before. Okay. And so here's the thing you have to understand. These foreign countries that have used America's racial problems against the United States. Black leaders, they form their views because of these real problems at home. You heard what Dr. John Henry Clark said. We have racism, segregation, poverty, police brutality, unfair treatment. But these foreign powers like Russia and China and Iran use those problems for their own benefit. So during the Cold War, the Soviet Union it pointed out racism in America to make the United States look bad around the world. And guess what else it did? It made us say, well, Russia must be all right, because you know what you Negroes say. My enemy's friend is my friend. Or my enemy's enemy is my friend. Or something like my friend's friend is my friend's enemy. You know what y'all say. Y'all just be messing up stuff, taking it out of context. It really goes, my enemy's enemy is my friend. And y'all are just say they must be my friend. That's just got to be absolute. Sometimes the boa constrictor is not your friend, and the wolf is not your friend either. Have you ever thought about that? Maybe none of them are your friend, and they both want to use you to get at each other. Have you considered that? My beautiful, wonderful, lovely Black people, have you considered possibly that? But either way. So that strategy didn't end at the Cold War. And during the we heard what happened between 2016 and 2020 elections. You got the Russian online operation. They specifically targeted Black audience to try to create upheaval. Okay, they focused on racial issues, police brutality, and voter frustration and distrust in American institutions. I told this to some people today, man, Black people I'm talking to, they couldn't believe it. They's like, I said, there are more white people, more white men shot by the police every year than Black people. And they were like, no, I guess that could be true. It's right there in the FBI stats. They would have you believe that 10, 20,000 Black people get shot by the police every year. On average, it's about 900. And unfortunately, some of them are doing stuff they shouldn't do. Okay, it's not just innocent people like, Sandra Bland and whatnot. And that's not it. Okay, but the bottom line is it's about 12. There's more white people to get shot by the police every day. But based on the propaganda, you would never guess that. Okay, but again, China right now uses a strategy. China often criticizes American racism and gun violence and inequality and political hypocrisy in its state media all the time. And see, here's another thing. A lot of these Chinese nationals, they'll say something. You're so flattered that somebody knows your plot and what you're dealing with that you just flattered that they're contacting you, aren't you? Oh my God, they know our name. They know who we are. Oh my God, they care about us. No, they don't. Like this dude. Remember we had this conversation?
Sometimes I see Black Americans defending the United States under my video, but I'm not really sure they are real Black Americans. It could be a robot account with Black people's picture on it, such like this one. But in case some Black Americans has been brainwashed by the education system to believe they are Americans.
We've been brainwashed by the American system to believe that we Americans. You hear what I'm saying? We've been brainwashed. We too stupid to know what's good for us. We must be brainwashed. So the next time you check your bank account, the next time you look at your 401k, all right, the next time you hop in your foreign car, the next time you eat that bone-in ribeye steak, remember you've been brainwashed. Life is not good here for you. Because see, here's the problem. Most of you all are very successful at this point. This is not 1960s. You all we don't like capitalism, but you're benefiting from it very much so. Most of you folk are doing, look, in the 1960s, 61% of Black people lived below the poverty line, not working poor, below the poverty line, okay? At this point, 60% of Black people are upper middle class, or rich. And that 80% is really a little higher than that. but that 80% is old people, people who can't work, and kids. So you all are doing pretty well. So this dude is trying this propaganda. Oh yeah, racism is horrible for you. Meanwhile, the Chinese come over here and clean up. Everybody else comes over here and clean up. We doing pretty well for ourselves, especially being only 65 years, being full citizens. Again, Generation X is the first generation of black people who were born fully free with all the rights of every other American. So we only 65 years in. Some of y'all are still in your 40s. You have 200 million millionaires, but according to this Chinese propagandist, we're not doing well, okay? And he don't understand. Now, again, this is another foreigner getting in FBA business. I know we give the Africans a hard time and the Caribbeans a hard time. Do we really need, are you really flattered by the fact that they know your story? I'm not. And I don't really want to hear what he has to say, but I'm going to let him finish so you can listen.
I just want to point out something, not trying to offend you. You are still second-class citizens in the United States till today, 2026. None of the crucial resource is controlled by black family in the United States.
Most of the crucial resources not controlled by white people in the United States. Most of the crucial resources, you mean like oil, you mean cobalt, diamonds, natural gas. We don't want to control that. What is the point? We are only 13% of the population. How much of the crucial resources do you expect us to need to control today? I'm just saying, do we need, again, we are only 65 years out of slavery, out of being subclass citizens. But here you are telling us we're second-class citizens. Okay, again, I'm going to tell y'all again, America belongs to whoever's strong enough to take it and hold on to it. That's the most American thing I can say. If you feel like you're first, if you feel like a second-class citizen and you allow yourself to be treated like that, that's on you. I don't feel like I'm a second-class citizen. I feel like I'm a first-class citizen and I dare anybody to treat me otherwise. That's how that goes. All right, but we're going to let, this is the brainwashing though. Okay, they can't get more black people to do it because y'all rich now. So they got to send their own people over here to try to destabilize the United States, make us upset. And unfortunately, it's people that's going to listen to this.
All the crucial resource in the United States is controlled by white families. So black American.
Yes, we know, sir. We know white people control it, sir. We know, but again, what is it that you want us to control? You want some cobalt? Huh? Is that what you want? Why would we as individual citizens care about who can do? Hey, we want to own our businesses. We want to deal with what we want to deal with. We don't need to get that on that level. I'm sure some black people that own some farmland and so on and so forth. But what would you have from us? But again, this is meant to stir up trouble and dissension amongst black people.
Till today, you guys are still second-class citizens in that country. You may say we have movie stars, we have superstar singer, we have celebrities, but those are not a crucial resource to a country. So sometimes I see these black Americans defending the United States. It just makes me feel like either they are deeply brainwashed or they have been losing their mind.
Y'all stupid. Somebody type y'all stupid. The little Chinese man with the hairline. Somebody type forehead wars. These are the forehead wars. I want y'all to understand that. Somebody type forehead wars in the chat room. Do y'all believe this, dude?
And sometimes I see some Asian American defending the United States. I don't even want to talk to you guys. You guys are not even third-class citizens in that country.
So he's trying to stir up dissension. He's reading it. Do you think, I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, let's listen to this, right? Y'all hear? That ain't it. We love to be flattered. And they know we love to be. We love attention. We are an attention-seeking group of people. We love attention, don't we? We like to be the same. Anybody who calls our name, right? Anybody who calls out, yes, Iran. Somebody type Iran in the chat. Today. I know it's Iran. I know that. I'm going to call it Iran, okay? Let's listen to him. Now, this is a situation where some Iranians had kidnapped some people, and they let the black people go. And black Americans say, oh my God, these people have a stamp for Malcolm X. Oh my God, these people, they let the black people go after they kidnapped them. They must love us. Somebody type love. Now, you look at the propaganda here.
Perhaps today, some black hostages and some female hostages will be released from the American embassy compound. Is that true?
This is Ayatollah Khomeini, he's no longer with us. He got the end of a Patriot missile, apparently, or something like that. Let's listen to what he says.
The freedom of the women and blacks will be given. Women are given great dignity in Islam, and the blacks have been oppressed in the United States.
Sir, the blacks are oppressed in southern Iran right now. The blacks are oppressed in southern Iran right now. You all have said you are the first Aryans, sir. There are black people in southern Iran who are invisible. Google racism in Iran. Google anti-black racism in Iran right now. They have a figurine. These people dress up in blackface as a celebration. They have a history of slavery. Okay, stop making these people that don't like America and don't like your black behind your heroes. They don't like you either. If they wanted to do so much about anti-black racism and oppression of black people, start with your own country. Don't believe me. Google racism in Iran. Google anti-black racism in Iran. What is it? Fazi Hamouz. This is a figure. This is a character of Iranian a celebration holiday festival where they have a blackface Iranian dress up and mock black people. They have their own racism. They are playing you. They think you're stupid. They think we're gullible. They know we want somebody to come save us. You understand when somebody said, Ayatollah died in 1989? Yeah, I know one of them got unalived a couple of weeks ago. But this is the whole point being, this is just propaganda. This is America's enemies trying to stir up dissension in the United States of America and turn black people against the United States of America. And and hopefully we'll become agents, okay? Just agents of dissension so they can sit back and laugh. Let's keep listening, man.
Injustice was done unto them. They were under pressure in the United States. Thus they came here. We are doing this owing to the tenets of Islam.
Now,
in return,
and look, while we talk about Islam, do you all know the Arab slave trade predated the European slave trade? The one that the Western, the Atlantic slave trade? It started 1,300 years before any white man was shipping black people from Africa to the United States. The Arabs were they shipped 18 million black people across the Sahara Desert in a 1,300-year time period. And you know why they don't have a lot of them there? Because they did horrible things to the men so that they were no longer able to reproduce. And if a woman became impregnated, oftentimes they unalived the baby, even if the child was sired by one of those Arab leaders or Muslim leaders. And matter of fact, it's still going on right now. You understand what I'm saying? If these people really cared about black people like black Americans would like them to care about black people, they have their own anti-black racism and history of slavery in the Arab world. And I know y'all gonna say, well, Iran is not Arab, they're Persians. Oh, they're racist as hell. That's one damn thing I can tell, whether they Arab or Persian. Them people, you know who I'm talking about, them people over there. Okay, yeah, I get that. They're still Muslim. They Muslim right now. And even when it was Persia, they had slaves. You understand? They might not be Muslim. They might not be Arab, but they got slaves. And that's all I give a damn about. At this point, when we start talking about racism, I mean, you know, be mad at me. I'm just letting the videos play. Let's keep listening, baby.
We ask nothing for their freedom. We want the Shah.
So the Shah of Iran, they had this revolution in Iran, and the Shah ran up out of there And so they decided they was going to kidnap some people in this consulate, hold them hostage. And you know, they were gonna say, well, give us the Shaw back, and we'll give you these people that we have hidden out and kidnapped. And they said, well, we're gonna let these blacks and these women go. We're just gonna keep these white folk. That's what they said. You know, them black folk wasn't worth much any goddamn way. It's 1979. But anyway, the bottom line is, you doing us a favor. You shouldn't have kidnapped them in the first place, man. But let's keep going.
Carter must return him. The world's international law agree with this principle.
I ask you, as an American and a human being, talking to an Iranian and another human being, is there no room for compromise? Or is Iran...
Let the whites go. Can you let we know you're letting the black people go. Or are you gonna let the white people go? The blacks and the broad can go free. All right. Anyway, so you all get the point. And so black people, that along with and they have a Malcolm X. They have a Malcolm X sticker, mail stamp. Oh my God, they really care. But no, they don't. They just playing you. They're using you, okay? Again, I want y'all to understand, man. This is strategy that they use on us, okay? Look, these foreign countries, they didn't look, man. They look, man. You don't have to like what I'm saying, okay? But just the bottom line is America's enemies use America's history of racial oppression as a weapon. And black political movements are driven by real racial issues and domestic issues, but those issues can be hijacked and manipulated by these foreign enemies, okay, to weaken our trust and damage national unity and destabilize America from within, which does not serve us as black Americans. A destable America does not help us. You will not be able to call 911, okay? Now, some of the terms, if you don't believe it still affects you right now, some of the terms like racial capitalism, institutional racism, systematic racism, black power, internal colonialism, okay? Right? All of this stuff was reinforced and came about from this leadership between the 1920s and the 1970s. The liberation struggle. How many of you all have that uncle that always come through with black liberation struggle? They didn't use that terminology before that. And I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just asking you all to ask yourself, where did it come from? That's it. Where did it come from, man? Right? Think terms like self-determination. That's the right. That means the right of people to control their own future. And black politics is used to mean black control over black communities, schools, politics, businesses, and culture. And I get that, okay? But another thing is anti-imperialism, imperialism, solidarity, political prisoner, prison industrial complex. This means the idea that prison corporations and police and government interests work together. It argues that mass incarceration isn't the only crime, but also profit, punishment, labor, surveillance, and control. We get that. Yes, it helps describe something. And I'm not saying what the brain trust that developed around it, they didn't have some good ideas. I get that. I understand that. Okay. But damn, at what point, what did you got the shit with the sugar? You see? That's all I'm saying. You got the water with the vinegar. And some of this stuff we got to put back. Here's a whole nother gut. Black women, they convince you that you were dealing with triple oppression, triple exploitation. This is where that came from. This means black women, they face oppression based on race, class, gender, all at the same time. And that idea became one of the important black communist and black feminist circles. All that is tied in. Even the term intersectionality. This means different forms of oppression overlap. For example, you got race, gender, class, and other factors can combine and shape a person's experience. That's where this came from. Okay? But these terms show the clearest influence from socialist, communist, black radical left, anti-colonial, black feminist left movements on modern political language. So it lets you know the remnants of it are still active in work because there's power in words. And the thing is, America's enemies didn't teach Black Americans racism was systematic. We knew that. But Black Americans, we already knew that. What the foreign enemies did was different. They took Black America's real complaints and they used them for their own political purposes. The idea that racism in America was built into the system didn't come from Moscow, China, or the Soviet Union or any other foreign power. Long before any of these people showed up, America's racial problems, Black Americans had already identified that. Okay, Frederick Douglass understood that slavery wasn't just about one white man being racist. Slavery was protected by law and courts and property rights and politics and constitution. W.E.B. Du Bois, he described it as a color line, right? He said it was one of the major problems in the modern world, right? So in other words, Black folk didn't need America's enemies to explain that our living condition, where we studied, and you know, we were fighting that. It was documented. They understood that. What the socialists and the communist ideas, what they did do is what socialists and communist ideas did wasn't create the criticism. Those ideas helped give Black thinkers and activists a larger vocabulary. Okay, so they were able to give you a vocabulary, and the words and the ideas like class struggle, exploitation, imperialism, you know, these sort of, it helped change that argument changed. So instead of only saying white people are prejudiced, you had a lot of Black leaders and Black thinkers saying the system itself is built in a way that creates unequal results. What does that do? When you tell a group of people the whole system is against you, it's not this one white boy over here who won't give me a job is racist. It's the whole system. We live in the system. And if you got a group of people who believe that the whole system is against them, that's going to deflate whatever balloon of ambition they have. Anytime they get out and told, no, I can't have this job. Oh, the system is against me. Oh, so it undermines your willingness to be persistent. If you believe that it's system wide, you're not going to fight any harder. You're just not going to do it. Okay? Again, family, I'm just asking questions. I'm just presenting ideas to you. Where did our current political belief system come from? Again, where did it come from? And here's the cold part about it. So you have these foreigners, these foreign enemies of the United States, like the Soviet Union, Russia, and China, and other hostile powers. They trained these people and brainwashed these Black people, and then turned around and quoted these same Black people, and they used that same propaganda against the United States. And all that did was, now you got, it promoted racial division, right? As if there wasn't enough already. It was already plenty. And it enhanced their own interests. See, look, America's a crap hole. See, we told you that whole freedom thing, that democracy was going to fail. Look how they treat the Blacks. Look at them. They're saying the same thing we're saying. See, now try communism. You understand? They in modern times, they use social media to increase distrust and inflame racial tension. You understand what I mean? Now, again, let me hit y'all with something else, man. I need y'all to understand something. Somebody typed the tether factor in the chat room. And when I say tether, it's not an insult. It's just a condition. You have a lot of Black people who tethered themselves to foundational Black Americans or the American Negro. They want to be Negroes too. And many of these folk, when they came here, they were radical leaders. They were foreign-born radical leaders. Many of these Black radical leaders that showed up between the 1920s and the 1970s, they were born outside the United States, especially the Caribbean. And this matters because their background gave them a more global view of race, power, and politics, which was not necessarily a good thing. I need you to know how to fix my house, okay? We're focused on fixing the United States of America, okay? We're not dealing with European powers like the British and French and the Dutch and the Danish. We're dealing with the United States government. See, but they were influenced by colonialism and labor struggles and European control. So when they arrived in the United States, they saw Jim Crow, segregation, racial violence, and they viewed it from their perspective. They viewed American racism as part of a larger global system. Okay, and Jim Crow wasn't just an American problem. It looked like another version of the same colonial capitalist system that they had seen in the Caribbean. But see, this point, you got here's the thing you need to understand. Foreign-born black radicals didn't have more influence than our indigenous or native black-born overalls, but they had a seat at the table. Okay? They didn't build the entire black American political tradition, but they did have some influence. And they did make it force it right radical, okay? Now, the larger black American political foundation, and they were loud. Somebody type loud in the chat room, okay? Loud, they were loud. And you sometimes the loudest wheel gets the oil, okay? Now, the larger black American political foundation was still built mainly by black Americans, native-born black Americans, through churches, schools, businesses, civic groups, fraternal organizations, HBCUs, and other local leadership, right? But these people had some influence. The people I mentioned earlier, Cyril Biggs, he was from Nevis, British West India. All those people I named before. Influential, Claude McKay, Jamaican. Hubert Harrison, St. Croix. You understand what I'm saying? Now, just so I can remind you, Cyril Briggs was from Nevis, said, yeah, we're going to start this African blood brotherhood. We're going to start shooting at white folk. But he can always take his butt back to Nevis. Claude McKay, very influential, up in Harlem. He wrote all this strong radical literature and entered it into the public discourse. Hubert Harrison, he was from St. Croix in the Danish West Indies. Okay? He was another one of these Harlem raised intellectual radicals. All these people are foreigners. Another cat, Otis Hosman, he was from Suriname. Okay? He helped organize some of these communist networks. Claudia Jones, she was from Trinidad. She was one of the first black communist feminists. Okay, a Caribbean woman, first black communist Caribbeans, anti-imperialist type woman. About, and her ideas about women's oppression became important to the black feminist movement. Kwame Ture, y'all, we know him as Stokely Carmichael. He was from Trinidad. He was foreign born. Okay, and we know how influential he was. Look, I'm just trying to say, okay? I'm just saying. And here's the thing. If you in and around New York, if you in that area, whether you W.B. Du Bois, Paul Robeson, Angela Davis, Huey P. Newton, Frederick Hampton, all of them FBA, Foundational Black Americans, what happens is you get influenced by that radical thought. That's why when you deal with New York people right now, they're influenced. Look at them. They got a lot of foreign blacks up there. Even if they're FBA, most of them family came from South Carolina, North Carolina, etc. But they're influenced by that. That's what we do. Oh, this is what we doing? Okay, this is what we doing. But see, the thing you need to understand is many of these early black immigrants, they hadn't been raised under Jim Crow in the same way that black Americans had in the South. Because of that, they were less willing to accept American segregation as the norm. So I guess that's good, right? They pushed it forward. And when they looked at Jim Crow, they didn't only see American racism, they saw another version of European colonialism. You see, so they pushed it forward. You understand what I mean? So there's the good with the bad. There's the good with the bad. Now here's something else you need to understand. All right? This whole thing, well, let me say it like this. What happens when these people raise children in the United States? What happened when these foreign-born immigrant types raise children in the United States? What happens? And let me have an honest conversation. Shout out to Sleazy Skeezy. Some people come to the United States without any real attachment to America. They don't come here because they love the country, they believe it or believe in its future or want to become part of the national story. They come here to work. They come here to make money. As that little African Smurf said, somebody typed Black Smurf. As Black Smurf said, they come here to hustle. They come here to make money. And then they want to send their resources back home. And over time, they stay, they have children. They in the United States, no children are born here. So they become American citizens, but some of them were never taught to love America. They're not taught to respect America. They're not taught to appreciate America, where they were born. Instead, they grew up here in resentment toward America. Imagine being a Jamaican born, a kid from Jamaica, and both of your parents are from Jamaica. And all you hear is Babylon. We live in Babylon. Knowing Babylon is bad. Imagine that. So now what you have here, or really what they hear is they grew up hearing a lot of resentment toward America from their parents and their grandparents, and who had never fully embraced the nation. And so now you have people who were born in America, live in America, benefit from America. They benefit from America's protections, American citizenship, but they inherit that anger towards the United States. And when something goes wrong, some immediately frame as racism, discrimination, oppression, or proof that America is illegitimate in some way. And at the same time, some are raised on these romantic stories about back home. Somebody type back home in the chat room. How back home was much better in Jamaica or Trinidad or Ghana, or shout out to Jimmy Thrice. It was back, somebody type back home. You know you hear these immigrants talk about back home. I'm going back home, the country that your family fled from. Okay? They never even truly lived there. They might have visited there. They might have heard stories from family. They may not even understand the everyday reality of that country. Weak infrastructure, unreliable power, poor internet, plumbing problems, corruption, poverty, limited opportunity, unstable institutions, colorism, sexism, high crime. But all they know is the romantic version of the homeland. And then some of them will look at history and say, this land here, or they oppressed us. America is oppressing us. They took it through, they keep us down. You see? So the larger point is some people inherit resentment towards America from their parents and their grandparents who never fully embraced this country, even though those same families built their lives here and benefited from being here in the United States, largely because of the efforts of foundational Black Americans. But that resentment can be passed down to children who don't fully understand the reality of the country. Their family left, their benefits they receive from being born here and raised in the United States. And this is probably an uncomfortable truth, but it has to be said. Some of these leaders didn't have the same emotional, historical, or generational loyalty to America the foundational Black American has, and that matters. And it may explain why leaders were quicker to promote leaving America, i.e. Marcus Garvey, rejecting America, attaching Black political identity to global movements, which don't necessarily benefit Black Americans, and speaking in ways that sound like they wanted America to be destroyed. Have we heard Black leaders say stuff like that? So instead of focusing on land, wealth, churches, schools, historically Black colleges, building businesses, building our communities, institutions that help and have traditionally helped foundational Black Americans that we had already built here, these folk look beyond America for identity and direction. And to them, America America looked just like another branch of the Western Empire to them. But to FBA, or foundational Black Americans, and we can be American Negroes if y'all want to be. Anybody who has an issue with FBA, we can be Negroes. We can be whatever you want us to be, but you know who we are. We're a distinct group of people. Either way, for tonight, we're going to be FBA. FBA, America wasn't merely an oppressor's country. It's the land where our ancestors labored and fought and suffered and built and buried our dead and raised our children and created these institutions that became, and we are a distinct people with our own culture. So the question isn't whether foreign-born or foreign-influenced leaders cared about Black people. Many of them clear. I'm not going to say Stokely Carmichael didn't care about us. I'm not saying that. Or I'm not saying Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan and Brother Malcolm X didn't care about. I'm not saying that. The question is, were they politically tethered to the same American inheritance that foundational Black Americans were trying to protect? And did they and how did they raise their children? You understand what I'm saying? I want you to listen, okay? I want you to listen very careful. Because see, many prominent Black leaders who push for radical systematic change, they weren't immigrants. They were born here, but they were first or second generation immigrants from the Caribbean. Listen to me now. I love you. And I love all these great leaders. They have had great influence on me. But however, at this particular time, we need to ask ourselves, what is our political inheritance from these people? Okay? And we love them and we respect them and we appreciate them for what they did. But we as intelligent Black people, if we are going to become more politically astute, we need to analyze this. And this matters because their background gave them what can be called an immigrant's gaze. Somebody type immigrant gaze in the chat room. Somebody type immigrant gaze in the chat room. They look at American racism through a global anti-colonial lens. They saw Jim Crow and segregation as an American version of the European imperialism their families and communities had experienced in places like Jamaica, Grenada, Trinidad, Barbados, St. Kitts, and Guyana. And that doesn't make their concerns fake, not at all. It did shape how they understood the problem. They weren't always looking at America the same way foundational Black Americans looked at America. Many FBA people saw America as flawed, oppressive, and discriminatory, but it was still home, though. We had built too much here simply to walk away from it or treat it like it was a foreign enemy. And a lot of Caribbean influenced leaders saw America through that different frame. And to them, America was part of a global system of white Western power, capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism. And that made them more open to this whole Pan-African, socialist, communist, nationalist, anti-capitalist, radical communalism that we probably don't want now. You're going to get mad, but I'm going to say it anyway. I love these people, but we need to talk about Brother Malcolm X. Brother Malcolm X, El Hajj El Malik El Shabazz, he was deeply shaped by Caribbean influence through his mother, Lois Little. She was born in Grenada. She was an educated woman. She was a Pan-Africanist. She followed Marcus Garvey and his United Negro Improvement Association. Malcolm X has credited his mother with giving him an early sense of what he considered Black pride and dignity and global awareness. Before he joined the Nation of Islam under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who was himself a foundational Black American man. That's his teacher. Now, I'm not saying the Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't teach Brother Malcolm X. What I'm saying is Brother Malcolm X had some beliefs that he came along with him. And you see what happened to that relationship, didn't you? What happened to that relationship? Anybody with good sense knows what happened. What happened to that relationship? Brother Malcolm betrayed the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, didn't he? And I know we love Brother Malcolm, and I know y'all want to hold Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I mean, I know you all want to hold, you know, our great brother Malcolm X in such high regard. I get that, but we have to understand what happened here. And is there another side of the story? Because again, like I told y'all before, anything white folk want me to do, I'm gonna do the opposite. You want me to not like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I'm gonna do the exact opposite. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Huh? I'm just asking questions. Somebody say asking questions. I'm asking questions. That's all I'm doing is asking questions. But let's analyze a little bit more. Now, Brother Malcolm X, people say, well, his dad was black. Yeah, his dad was a black preacher. We get that. We get that he was a black preacher. But you heard what Brother Malcolm said. He said his mama influenced him the most. Okay? His mom did. And what about the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, also known as Louis Eugene Walker? I love him. He helped shape so much of my belief and understanding. I mean, he was, you know, at my time as a young man, he was the biggest influence we had. But he also was shaped by his Caribbean heritage. His mother was from St. Kitts, and his biological father was Jamaica. He grew up in black consciousness in a household like that. And he was exposed to this radical black literature, including magazines called The Crisis at a young age. And I'm telling you, if you got immigrants who come to this country, who come from countries that they feel have oppressed them and treated them poorly, they're going to be influenced, or America has treated them poorly, that's going to influence their perspective. It's going to be that immigrant gaze. Okay? I'm just saying. We talked about Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael, born in Trinidad, moved to New York at 11, around all that radicalism. Okay, he became one of the central figures of the Black Power movement. His move from civil rights integration to Black Power was strongly shaped by Pan-Africanism. Here's another one. Okay, Shirley Chisholm. She's the first Black woman elected to Congress. She was also shaped, shout out to my man Understanding. She was also shaped by Caribbean heritage. Her mother was from Barbados. Her father was from Guyana. This was a Caribbean woman. Y'all would call her a tether now. But the woman spent most of her time in her childhood in Barbados, which she later described as a major influence on her independence, discipline, and political confidence. You all wonder why we can't connect with Barack Obama. We thought black would be enough. His perspective is different than ours, isn't it? Right? I'm just saying his perspective is different than ours, right? Because he wasn't raised in Compton. He wasn't raised in Houston, Texas. He wasn't raised in Dallas. He wasn't raised in Little Rock, Arkansas. His people are not from Baton Rouge. You understand? So how can you expect him to understand the culture and the nuances of the culture? How can you expect that? You can't. These are foreign-born black people, and really the only thing we have in common with them, or the truth is, why are we letting them? Look, I'm telling y'all, man, I love these people. These people have been a great influence, but at this particular point where we are as black people, we got to be able to chew the meat and spit out the bones. At least we need to begin to understand where we get this anti-American rhetoric from, knowing that anti-American rhetoric does not benefit us. Shout out to Yaya's kids. How does that help us? You understand? How? Now, let's go ahead and continue. So again, I want to talk a little bit about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, just so you know, because this is an FBA brother. This is a brother who's indeed born in Georgia, but he was deeply influenced by Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Okay? And Garvey's ideas helped shape Elijah Muhammad's message about black autonomy and black business and self-sufficiency. and separation and group economics in that sense. This same do for self attitude that I have, my major influence was the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But remember, he was a little boy at the time. Those old people who came out of slavery were still being building. So he was an FBA man, but he heard what Marcus Garvey had to say and like, okay, well, we don't want to move back to Africa, but we should be able to carve out some of these states here in the United States. That was a real plan that they had. And that's why they refer to him as a separatist, a black separatist. Basically, we wanted our own towns and part of the country. We worked for it. He believed in group economics. And in that sense, Elijah Muhammad became a bridge figure, but he never said we're going to pack up and move back to Africa. Okay? He carried parts of the Garvey economic and racial message into the Nation of Islam. But Marcus Garvey, he was a Jamaican immigrant. He became one of the most influential black nationalist leaders of the 20th century. And his message was race first, black pride, economic independence, and the global black unity shaped the Nation of Islam. We get that. They had it, black nationalism, Pan-Africanism. We get that. Okay? And see, here's the thing. Why does it, and I'm not being xenophobic. I just won't talk to you. We just having a conversation. See, we ask ourselves now, why does Caribbean heritage matter? First of all, these people aren't from here. They're not vested like that. They can always go home. Somebody type, go home. And can I keep it 100 with you? Even if they never go home, that's that perspective. I'm not tied to just this land. And so Caribbean leaders and Caribbean descended leaders, they came from where they were raised by people from majority black societies. In other words, unlike here in the United States, they were not surrounded by people who were trying to get rid of them. Okay? They had their own countries. And in those societies, black people had often seen other black people serve as teachers and professionals and public figures and organizers and leaders, even under colonial rule. And that background mattered. It often made them less willing to accept the second-class citizenship we were getting over here in the United States. Jim Crow, segregation, redlining. And so their radicalism was often shaped by a mix of anti-colonial struggle, Garveyism, racial pride, labor politics, and anger at American hypocrisy. And that made many of them more willing to embrace socialist, communist, nationalist, and Pan-African frameworks. And it also made them say some wild shit. Excuse the language. I'm going to let y'all listen to Brother Malcolm in a minute. I want you all to hear some of the stuff that Brother Malcolm used to say. I'm not going to go again. We love Brother Malcolm X. We appreciate what he did, okay? But you will be able to listen to some of what he says. And, you know, our foundational black our foundational black American leaders are going to say, hold on a minute. We don't know if we can do that. Listen to this right here, okay?
No Negro leaders have fought for civil rights. What do you mean? They have begged for civil rights. They have begged the white man for civil rights. They have begged the white man for freedom. And every time.
Isn't that what foreigners come over here and say? They say black people begged. Africans will tell you all the time, y'all didn't fight for anything. Y'all begged for it. Isn't that what they say? Where do you think he got that from? Do you think that he learned all that in the Nation of Islam? I love Brother Malcolm. But when we begin to analyze the rhetoric, we have to ask ourselves, where did this come from? Okay? Keep listening.
Anytime you beg another man to set you free, you will never be free. Freedom is something that you have to do for yourselves.
So in other words, how does you think Brother Malcolm proposed that we, as only 9% of the population at the time in 1965, how does he propose that we get ourselves freedom? Okay? We surrounded with mostly an agrarian people, uneducated, no money, nowhere else to go, right? And now I want you to put yourself in the perspective of a W.B. Du Bois or a Thurgood Marshall at that time who was on the bench and a Supreme Court Justice of the United States. Put yourself in the form of a traditional, foundational Black American leader, and you hear this rhetoric coming from this young man, Malcolm X, who's a former, they knew his background, but let's listen.
And until the American Negro lets the white man know that we are really, really ready and willing to pay the price that is necessary for freedom, our people will always be walking around here second-class citizens, or what you call 20th century slaves.
All right, so what did Brother Malcolm mean? What ultimate price, Brother Malcolm, is it that you wanted us to pay? Us 9% of our women and our children. And what price did you want us to pay? And where did this come from? Now, see, I know I'm talking to all you rich black folk, the 60% of you all who reach the middle class. And yeah, we know racism is horrible and it's inconvenient and all that sort of stuff right now as you ride around the street in your Mercedes Benz. Okay. Now, again, I'm just saying, again, where did it come from? Right? Do you want to sacrifice your children? Do you want to get on out there with your pea shooter? And what white man are we fighting? Again, remember, Malcolm is now radicalized because of what's going on. He's in Harlem between the 20s and the 1970s. This is what it's about. Let's listen to some more. Okay.
Whereas if a black man cannot have a white man as a friend.
He may have a white man who's friendly, but
Black Malcolm said you can't have a white friend. Think about it. I'm not saying, look, baby, I'm just asking questions. Okay, I'm just asking questions. Do any of you all have a friend that's non-white? Can you have a Mexican friend? Can you have an Indian friend? Huh? I mean, just think about how radical that sounds, family. Now that you have a background in the I want you to think about these black people who have churches and HBCUs, the millions of black people who own farmland, the millions of black people who do business with folk of all other races, including white people, the representatives that we have, and you got this guy right here saying you can't even be friends with a white man. Think about it. It's just impossible across the board. You now, and see, y'all got to understand, Brother Malcolm was young. Brother Malcolm wasn't even 40 years old, so he was young. He was still developing his wisdom. At the point where he went over and did his Hajj in over to Mecca, clearly his perspective changed. I'm just asking questions. Listen to this rhetoric that Brother Malcolm was spitting. Where did it come from?
being friendly and being a friend, I think, are two different things.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are many whites who act friendly toward Negroes. A fox acts friendly toward the lamb. Mm-hmm. And usually the fox is the one who ends up with the lamb chop on his plate.
And see, he used these analogies. It's very good wordplay. Brother was very intelligent and he made good points. But to say you cannot have a friend, a white friend, absolutely across the board, no matter what, I think that's a bit extreme. I'm just saying, because to me, a friend is someone who will sacrifice their own best interest for you. Now, I know some guys in the military, and they told me about some of their battle buddies who literally have died trying to save them. Remember, I grew up in the era where Vietnam veterans were coming home, and often they wouldn't talk about these stories, but I did hear. So I would think that's a friend, somebody who's willing to sacrifice their life for me. I had some friends that I played football with, and all of them wasn't black. Okay, and the truth is, some people, there's some black people that they ain't that friendly. Okay, and I've had some white people that have been very friendly and have done a lot to help me out. You understand? And I've done the same. So this is just one of those radical statements. It's like, okay, now that I look at this as a grown man, it sounds good, but is it accurate? Okay, and again, we love Brother Malcolm. We are not ever disrespecting Brother Malcolm X. We're not doing that, but we're analyzing his political viewpoint to try to determine, do we still need that today, and is that helpful or harmful? All right, let's listen to some more.
It's the timing. Sam Cooke, rumor has it, was going to finance the new civil rights movement. Once King and Malcolm came together, Sam Cooke was going to finance. He died in December 1964. Malcolm is killed.
I believe he died in a plane crash.
In February 1965. You know why?
Brother Malcolm was shot at the ballroom in New York.
Malcolm had to die from the government side. Malcolm was supposed to keynote a Third World Revolutionaries Conference with Che Guevara.
Malcolm was supposed to keynote speech a Third World Now, what does that have to do with black Americans? I want you to listen to this now, okay? Again, we talking about the communist influence of our black leaders. Now, why did he say, this is Dr. Umar Johnson. Listen to what, did Malcolm X did what?
Malcolm was supposed to keynote a Third World Revolutionaries Conference with Che Guevara in a couple weeks.
Now, I want you to understand, Che Guevara, everybody, you got the t-shirt, right, with the little beret on it. He was racist too. He was a white Spaniard who lived in Cuba. You understand what I'm saying? Cuba was racist. Look at what the Cubans are dealing with right now. Even Castro was racist as hell. Another white Cuban from Spain. Che Guevara, you can look at some of Che Guevara's writings and he's saying horrible things about black people. And so what is our brother Malcolm X linking up with this communist for? That's not helping black Americans. That's not helping foundational black Americans. But again, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. Well, you know, you've been saying our rhetoric. Why don't you come on over to us? And you hear Umar Johnson say that's what got him killed. So they exploited our brothers. These foreign enemies exploited our brothers and sisters. They used them and then had them take up these causes for them, causing disruption. I'm just pointing out some things. Maybe hopefully you all are learning something. I know it's uncomfortable for a lot of people. We love Brother Malcolm X. We love all of our great leaders. Okay. But we have to begin to analyze where some of their thought process came from. That's all I'm trying to get you all to do. Now, there's another one I want you all to check out. Let's look at the Black Panther Party. Now, we've learned that the Black Panther Party was communist, right? We understand that, right? You heard what Huey P. Newton said, right? We heard that, right? We just take it at face value. Maybe you all can do some research, look deeper, listen to this.
That you have in feeding children and so forth.
Somebody type food program. That's where this nutrition came from. Now, they're feeding the children. Now, I want you to be very careful. Here in the United States, you know what to get you monitored by the government faster than anything else? Open a program for U.S. veterans. Open a program for the U.S. veterans. I don't care what it is. Food, free medical service, toothpick architect. When you start saying, hey, we're offering free services for the United States veterans, you're guaranteed to be on the FBI most wanted. You're going to be on the FBI hit list. They're looking for you. Why do you think that is? That's the first group. Shout out to Kat Ferguson. Why do you think it is? When you start feeding U.S. veterans and providing them health care, why do you think the government is going to immediately step in? Where are all my veterans at? Where are all my veterans with some sort of clearance to look at stuff that the rest of the public can't look at? Do you think that they want you hanging out with subversives? Huh? I need a real response. They do not want American veterans to be beholden to anything. That's why they offer them the VA. That's why they give them a check. You understand? They don't want go open some sort of organization and make it exclusive to veterans. They don't want you giving them free services, health services. They don't want you feeding them. Because what happens is when somebody feeds you and somebody takes care of you, you feel beholden to them. They can also brainwash you. Shout out to RS11. And the other group is children. The indoctrination of children. Now, I want you to listen very carefully. We've already established that the Black Panther Party was influenced by socialists and communists. And I'm not saying anything that anybody, look, I'm just laying it out there. Shout out to RS1. Just putting it on out there. You all can make your own determination. Feel free to tell me I'm wrong. Okay? Feel free to tell me I'm wrong. I'm just trying to figure out where all this anti-American sentiment came from in the black community, because it wasn't here before the 1920s. And we was having a harder time back then. So let's listen to what this man is saying. This is an interviewer interviewing one of the Black Panther members back in 1969.
This food program that you have and feeding children and so forth, I'm sure that everyone will agree that children should be fed. Children don't have food, and people who don't have medical aid should be given medical aid and so forth. But don't you provide an indoctrination also with the food, that the children are being indoctrinated into your philosophy and so forth, that when they grow up they'll be big Panthers?
What you call indoctrination, we call education. I say that they're being indoctrinated when you tell them to pick up a gun and go 10,000 miles and shoot somebody that never even called them nigger. What we do is educate them. We educate them to their own environment. We don't educate them about historians that are completely rejected, or completely removed from their environment. We educate those people and those young people about the conditions in their community. We show them very physically the conditions in the white mother country, as sometimes referred to, and the situation in the black community. We show them and we point out to them the evildoers and the lawbreakers supposedly manifested in the peace officers. And we show them very concrete and real contradictions, but we do not indoctrinate them, we educate them.
Okay, so I'll let that play because I think
it's in that community.
So you heard this brother basically say, yes, we feed the children, and we don't call it indoctrination. We call it education. Now, what do you all think that they were educating them on? Okay, what they thought was best. And who are we talking about? We talking about our children. We're talking about little black children who they're saying, hey, this, that, and the other, brother, and they start feeding them what they thought was best. And again, the Black Panther Party was heavily influenced by socialism and communism. Did you all not hear what Huey P. Newton said? Let me go back to what Huey P. Newton said, and I'm quoting this brother who is who took the time to do the research. Listen to this. Listen to what the brother said.
Socialist politics.
Listen, Malcolm X.
Then you could ignore his democratic socialist politics. When you turn Malcolm X into a brand instead of a person, then you can ignore the fact that he said, show me a capitalist and I'll show you a bloodsucker. The most problematic nigga you know feels confident in Huey P. Newton being one of his heroes, even though Huey P. Newton said, if you're homophobic or misogynistic, you're a bitch and a goofy. That's a real speech. Google it. We need to act.
Okay, so Huey P. Newton was a member of the Black Panther Party. So now I'm not saying they were indoctrinating them into the medical Rainbow Army. Okay, but I am saying some of the things that those people learned, those children were there to eat, but they were indoctrinated, they were educated.
Aid should be given medical aid and so forth, but don't you provide an indoctrination also with the food, that the children are being indoctrinated into your philosophy and so forth, that when they grow up they'll be big Panthers?
What you call indoctrination, we call education. I say that
he can call them what he wants to call them, but you're talking to the kids, okay? Again, so brothers, sisters, anybody watching, the question tonight, the only thing I'm trying to figure out is how do we become so anti-patriotic? Being the most patriotic group of people in the United States, where did this come from? Okay, this is all I'm trying to understand. Okay, this is it. Now, I want to move on to the next section, and we're going to talk about something called the Black Belt Theory. The Black Belt Thesis, it was a radical idea adopted by the Communist Party of the United States. The Communist International in the late 1920s, and this thing said that it argued that Black Americans in the South were not just a racial minority. It argued that we were a separate subject nation, like the Native Americans or something like that, and we had a right to control our own future, and that included the right to separate from the United States and form an independent Black republic in the South. Okay. And this idea came straight from Vladimir Lenin's views on oppressed national groups. One of the main Black communist thinkers behind the theory was Harry Haywood, the fellow I told you about before, right? And he argued that Black people in the South had the basic features of a nation: a shared language, shared culture, shared history, a shared economic life, and a specific theory. And that territory was called the Black Belt. Somebody type Black Belt. All right, and the Black Belt was a large crescent-shaped region stretching from Virginia all the way to Texas, basically the Confederate South, okay, where we were held captive and forced to work for free. And this was rich farmland. It was cotton production. It was large black population. And the Communist Party argued that black people should have full political control. We were entitled to this. Okay, hell with the Irish and the Native Americans and all them other people. No, the black people supposed to have. We were entitled. Somebody type entitlement in the chat room. Entitlement. And that theory made a major distinction between black people in different parts of the country. In the North and the West, the demand was full equality. But in the Southern Black Belt, the demand was self-determination. In other words, the Communist Party argued that black people outside of the South should fight for equal rights, while black people in the Southern Black Belt had a claim to political independence. And this was a major shift, okay? It didn't simply say give black people civil rights, give us equality. It said black people in the South were a nation with the right to rule ourselves. And that made the Communist Party, and that made the Communist Party one of the most aggressive anti-racist organizations at the time, but also one of the most radical, okay? And that whole black belt theory, it influenced campaigns like the defense of the Scottsboro boys. These boys were falsely accused of horrible crime against a young lady, which is false. Shout out to Fuquan. And the theory also forced white communists to confront racism in their own movies. So the communists were racist too. It didn't stop because you were capitalists wasn't the only ones racist. You understand? And the party also called a problem they call white chauvinism, meaning racist attitudes among white members. Okay, and for the Communist Party, they had something called the Negro question. They didn't want to be shout out to B. Hunter. So it became essential to the revolutionary politics. So by 1935, the Communist Party started moving away from the Black Belt line, and that party shifted towards the Popular Front strategy, and they focused on building alliances with liberals and other groups against fascism. You see what I'm saying? You see there's your Democrats sliding in. And so it returned, but the idea didn't disappear. It returned in the 1970s amongst these new communist movement groups, and some call them Maoists, having to do with Mao Zedong. But the bottom line, this is a black belt theory. It never created a separate black state, but it did leave a lasting impact. You understand what I'm saying? So the point is this: the black belt theory moved the conversation from civil rights to national rights. It didn't just ask whether black people should be treated equally inside America. It asked whether black people in the South should have the right to govern themselves apart from America. And that was a major ideological shift. Now, remember we talked earlier about Marcus Garvey. So a little bit, Marcus Garvey, well, let's lay the foundation, okay? And for you all who came late, let me understand. I want you to understand what was going on in America at the time, and I'm going to let Dr. John Howard Clark explain to you. This what was driving people to all this. This seems a bit extreme. What was going on? This is what America was like. Okay?
Atmosphere. 1917, in the red summer of 1919, riots all over the country, burning blacks down. Now can you see why it was easy for Marcus Garvey to create the atmosphere and to add to the atmosphere of return, because the country had rejected us, and he was telling us there is a land that is yours. He said the American promise wasn't made to you. The American dream wasn't dreamed for you.
In other words, this country is not yours. We're going to get you a country of your own. Just pack up your stuff. We're going to hop on this Black Star Line, and we're going to go back to Africa. All right. You already had the black belt, the black belt theory, which said you're entitled to land of your own. And so now you got Marcus Garvey coming in and say, well, you know what? Don't worry about trying to stay here in the United States. Let's pack on up and let's go on over to Africa. All right. That's the background. Now, here's what I want you to understand. And this is real tangible stuff. Okay. This is stuff you can reach out and touch, not an idea for all you people who love Marcus Garvey and the idea of going back to Africa, going anywhere. after slavery, Black Americans, we entered into a major building phase. All right. We built churches, we built schools, we built Black colleges, we built banks, we built businesses, we had newspapers, we built towns, we built communities from Oklahoma to Florida. We weren't a helpless people. We were not acting like victims. You would have thought slavery, damn. We were builders. And as a matter of fact, we were the only builders because we were the slaves. There was a book that came out by Thomas Sowell. He said, it was beneath the white man to do labor. That was slave work. And so basically all the builders were Black people. All the builders in the country were Black Americans. Okay, white women didn't even take care of their own kids back then. If they had enough money, they got them a mammy wet nurse. Black people weren't helpless. We were building. So when you had these radical people coming along, these intellectuals out of New York came along in the 1920s, said, embrace communism. Let's be so, hell no. You mean I got to share my money? I'm a shoe shine. I got to share my, hell no. But again, these radical politics became more popular in the 1920s. And it wasn't because Black people had stopped believing in progress. It was because many of these things Black people built were being violently attacked. The towns, okay, being destroyed, our rights being blocked. And so that's what Dr. John Henry Clark said. So now you got Garvey coming in and say, look, y'all can't build nothing here in the United States. If you build something that the white folk, the black belt theory is not going to work because white folk are just going to come in and burn it down. So let's go back to Africa. And some Black people was like, yeah, that makes sense, right? But Garvey's Black nationalism, again, it didn't tell Black people to stop building. It told Black people to build even bigger. He wanted to take self-help model and expand it to a global level. I want you Black people to come over here to Africa and do the same thing you did in America and Africa. And so think about that. Garvey was influenced by Booker T. Washington's belief in self-help, which is great. Business, great. Discipline, great. Economic independence, fantastic. But Garvey believed local churches, schools, and banks weren't enough to protect Black people from white violence and political control. Okay? He wanted worldwide Black economic movement. And this is why he launched the Black Star Line and the Negro Factory Corporation. His goal was to build a global Black economy controlled by Black people. And this is the Garveyism shifted mindset. And so the earlier leaders, the foundation, and keep in mind, Garvey was from Jamaica. He didn't give a damn about leaving America. This is just another country he came to. He didn't have roots here like that. So Garvey focused on what? The common denominator, Black pride, Black unity, Black ownership, and total economic independence. And see, Black included everybody. It included his Jamaican folk. It included Trinidadians. It included Black Americans. It included Africans. Okay? And Garvey wasn't simply asking America to accept Black people. He was telling Black people to organize ourselves as a people. And here's the thing. The decline of many Black economic communities wasn't because Black people suddenly lost our desire to build. Much of it happened because Black people's success was attacked. Okay, these towns, Greenwood, Rosewood, etc. And so Black folk became, disgruntled. You had to deal with redlining. In the 1930s, the federal government introduced redlining to homeowners. They wouldn't give you a loan past a certain line, right? In the 1950s and 1960s, you had Black neighborhoods were destroyed, and they ran highways through them, civic centers. Have you all ever heard of the Black town called Treme? Have you ever heard of Treme in New Orleans? I-10 runs right through Treme. Treme was the oldest Black city in America, and they ran I-10 right through Treme. Okay, this is the birth of jazz right there. They call it Congo Square. They ran under the bridge. Anybody who's been in New Orleans, that's under the bridge. They did this on purpose, okay? And the other thing, you had a situation, integration was a double-edged sword. We had Black businesses. We had all of this other stuff. We had doctors and lawyers. Speaking of which, if you've been involved in a car accident, I need y'all to give me a call because I am a Black lawyer. And you can reach me at 713-229-0777. Since we're talking about Black lawyers, I'm a great Black lawyer. In fact, I've been inducted into the Hall of Fame at the Southern University Law Center because I am such a great black lawyer, and I'd appreciate it if you all would call me. Now, if I was Morgan and Morgan, right, none of y'all would have a problem with that. Okay, the Morgan and Morgan lawyer, the boss, Morgan and Moore, they ain't tried a case in 15, 20 years, but they're billionaires. Okay, so I just want you to be mindful of that when we got people out there, so, oh, why does he advertise his business? Because that's what I'm supposed to do. If you had 110,000 subscribers on YouTube, you would be advertising your business too. Okay, don't be angry with me. Don't be angry with me for telling you all, and I'm qualified, and I'm right here with you. Let's say this number together. Everybody who's in my listening voice, 713-229-0770. Okay? Car accidents. Why do I do car accidents? Because I don't want to practice criminal law like my daddy did. He did it for 36 years. You understand what I'm saying? He was practicing law before he died. Okay? I don't want to do that. All right? I used to try I got 3 acquittals when I did do criminal law. My first case was a civil rights case in New Orleans. Joe James versus the city of New Orleans. Joe James didn't want it. He wanted his rights observed. And so the city came back and said, nah, this is all we're going to give you, homeboy. Okay, so I've done that. I've helped people start, nonprofit organizations, but I don't do any of that anymore. The only thing I do is car accident. Yeah, that's right. Uncle D is a capitalist. Okay, so let's remember that. Let's remember that number, 713-229-0770. If you've been involved in the car accident, give me a call. Yeah, I'll talk to you. I will talk to you. We have great conversations on the phone about your car accident. All right, now let's go ahead and get back to the broadcast. As I was saying, the black communities had our own stores, banks, doctors, lawyers, teachers, school, we had everything. Okay, but after integration, black consumers had more choices. So they went to as Malcolm said, the white man's ice is better. They could shop anywhere, and they wanted to go work in different places, in new neighborhoods. Okay, it was great, but not for the black folk. Okay, now let's go back to Marcus Garvey. Okay, because Marcus Garvey's focus is on this global Pan-African empire and this whole back to Africa thing and movement, and it inspired millions of black people. His message about black pride and unity, it resonated. It was great for a lot of people. And many native-born black people, as we call ourselves the American Negro, they believe Garvey's international dream sounded pretty powerful. Get the hell out of here, right? Right? They treating us bad over here, right? They argued that black Americans needed to focus. Well, see, here's the thing. Let me say it like this. A lot of it sounds good, what you're saying, Marcus, but we need to focus on home first. Somebody type home first. Doesn't that sound very practical to us? Huh? Our native leaders, right? That talented 10th that we've been told to despise, they believe the priority should be the land and the schools and the churches and the banks and the businesses and that we built here, and the legal rights and the political power and the protection that we've accumulated here, all rooted here. Somebody type here in the chat room. Garvey's movement asked black Americans to think globally, but our black leaders said, no, we need to focus on home first. Before we can fix the world, we need to focus on our house. We have children here, okay? So what about, here's the thing. This is your basic globalist versus nationalist argument, okay? You got global focus on one hand. You got home first focus. Somebody type America first. Somebody type Black America first. All right. On one hand, you got somebody saying Pan-Africanism. On the other hand, you got somebody saying, nah, we're going to do Black America first. All right. And so Garvey's biggest project was something called Black Star Line. It raised $600,000 from black investors across the United States. And at the time, that was a huge amount of money. Today, it'd be worth millions. And the goal was to create a black-owned shipping company that could connect black people in America to the Caribbean and Africa through trade and travel, which sounds like a great idea on paper. But in practice, the project failed because the Black Star Line collapsed because of mismanagement and high costs and bad business decisions and government pressure and operational problems. So you got Marcus Garvey, a person who is not trained in economics, business, already squandered $600,000. That's a lot of money back then. And now you want us to do what? Move to Africa? How do you all think that would have worked out? You can't even get a boat to get us to Africa, and you want us, what's going to happen when we get over there? Okay, and so you still have people right now saying, hey, we need to go back to Africa. Do you remember Liberia? Do you remember Sierra Leone? Huh? But the thing is that failure mattered because much of the money came from ordinary black people who believed in this man. They believed in investing in black freedom. All right, and here's the thing. This money could have been used to strengthen these black institutions that we already had. It could have been put in local black banks. It could have been reinstituted in our schools. We had places like Tuskegee and other HBCUs. We could have educated our children with that $600,000. But here you got this Jamaican who came in here from Jamaica and just squandered $600,000 with nothing to show for it. You understand what I'm saying? Right? He'll just get more from those rich Americans. Somebody type rich black Americans in the chat room. Right? See, Garvey was of the position that Africa was the true center of black redemption. And many of us, our people, our indigenous black Americans, we had a different view. We believe America was home. We believe Americans had already built too much to abandon it, and that was the problem. And so Garvey, you got Garvey, who was a foreign-born black immigrant, focused on a global black future powered by the money and power of these foundational black, because he wasn't going to get $600,000 in Jamaica. That was millions of dollars. But on the flip side, you got the talented 10th. Who is the talented 10th? The talented 10th was our foundational black American leaders who said, nah, we're going to focus on America and expanding the black American foundation already built here in the United States. You understand what I'm saying? Are you all starting to see the politics here? See, Garvey's Back to Africa plan was led through the Universal Negro Improvement Association, known as the UNIA. But the plan was simply, it wasn't simply about black Americans leaving the United States. Garvey was thinking like, oh, well, you know, he wanted to build an independent black economy in Africa. In fact, he wanted to go to Liberia. His plan included raising money from the black American community and others around the world. He wanted to buy land, send skilled workers, somebody type skilled workers, not Pookie and Ray Ray. He wanted to build farms. He wanted railroads. So that's engineers. He wanted businesses. So that's business. He wanted schools. So that means black principals and black teachers who were here in America. And he wanted infrastructure. Okay, does that sound anything like Pookie and Ray Ray and Laquan them? That sounds like you wanted the talented 10th over there. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you wanted some blue collar workers and the talented 10th over there. Are we starting to see what's going on now? Because see, for many years, you all have been brainwashed to believe these talented 10th are agents. Somebody type Boule in the chat room. Because see, many of you all are talented 10th. Man, right at this point, it's probably like the talented 60th percent. Because at a certain point, you all, with your jobs and your career and et cetera, I'm just laying it out there because it took me a long time to land this plane, but I want to go ahead and get it in there for you so I'll get y'all out the way. Somebody type Boule in the chat room. Somebody type talented 10th in the chat. Those are dirty words in the black community, aren't they? Where did that come from? Somebody type, where'd that come from? Right? So Garvey wanted the business people, the railroad engineers, the school teachers, the principals. He wanted all the skilled workers he needed, the people who own. Somebody type Boule in the chat room. And so through this whole Black Star Line, he wanted to create this global trade network connecting Africa and the Caribbean and America. Okay, but how do we benefit from that? Because we got 150 HBCUs. And my understanding, they didn't have that in Africa. And we know they didn't have it in the Caribbean either. So where you going to get this manpower and this people power from? Garvey and the talented 10th looked at that and say, hold on a minute. Not only do you want our money, you more likely than want our talented people to come over there. In other words, Garvey wasn't just talking about migration. He was talking about nation building built on the backs of who? Black Americans. Our money, our talented. Somebody type Divine 9 in the chat room. Somebody type Talented 10th in the chat room. Somebody type Boule in the chat room. Where do you think these names came from? Okay? See, here's the problem. Liberia wasn't an empty land because that's where you wanted to take us. Did y'all hear me the other day when I told y'all about Liberia? I told you Liberia was founded, they was trying to get rid of the American Negro back in the 1820s. Let's send them over there to Liberia. So here we are 100 years later, more or less. And they wanted to send these black people to Liberia. You want black Americans to go to Liberia? Liberia had been established specifically as a settlement in 1822, and it became an independent republic in 1847. So by the time Garvey showed up, Liberia had already had its own government, ruling class, land issues, internal conflict. The Americo-Liberian ruling class, these were foundational black Americans who went to Liberia and literally colonized the indigenous black people. Did y'all know that? That's what we did when we went over there. I still got stuff floating around the internet right now. People are mad. I can't tell you, believe you said that. Yes, I said it. I said it. That's what we did. We went over there and did that. We did to those Native Africans the same thing the white man did to us, because we are Americans and we believe in capitalism. You understand me? Whether you like it or not. But again, this wasn't a simple plan. And look it up, Americo-Liberian. Okay? Look it up for your darn selves. We black Americans we weren't even being offered land, okay? Offered open land. We weren't even guaranteed ownership. And I'm talking about under Garvey's plan. They weren't giving us open land. It was indigenous people, indigenous Africans on the land, okay? And we weren't even guaranteed ownership. And so here's this question I want to ask y'all. Let's do some basic math. So Garvey wanted black Americans to move from the United States of America. You're going to learn something. We're going to move from here. We're going to take this black star line. Now, he don't want everybody. He want the people who can help. He don't want, you heard what Umar Johnson said earlier. He didn't want everybody. Who did he want? He wanted the talented 10. Okay? He wanted plumbers, electricians, because this is what he wanted. I'm just saying, he didn't want everybody. Right? Who did he want? He didn't want the dudes hanging, he didn't want repeating Earl and them hanging out on the corner. He wanted the talented people. Okay? That's what he wanted. Now, what did he want us to do? You weren't guaranteeing us ownership of land. All right? But think about it. It's 1920, and black Americans own a lot. In 1920, the common estimate is that we own 15 million acres. 15 million acres. That's about 24,000 square miles of land. Okay. Did y'all know that? Did you know we own 15 million acres of land in 1920? 15 million acres of land. So I want you to put this in perspective. Liberia is, well, let me say it like this. I'm going to put it like this. We own 24 square miles, 24,000 square miles of land, okay? Liberia, the whole country of Liberia is 43,000 square miles of land. So black Americans own enough land that would equal about half the country of Liberia. You understand what I'm saying? This is what you want us to lead, sir? Black Americans own land roughly equal to, if you combine New Jersey, Massachusetts, Delaware, and Rhode Island, we own all those states. That's what we own. Okay, that's about 24 million square acres of land. So the practical question is, why would black Americans, these elite black Americans who can actually do the work, abandon our land, our homes, our farms, our towns, our churches, our schools, our banks, our institutions that we already built in the last 300, 400 years in America to go to Liberia, and you don't even have a plan over there? There's no guarantee for land distribution. There was no infrastructure. Okay? How are you going to absorb millions of black Americans? There's no promise of secure ownership. There's no guarantee that you're going to have peace with the natives, and you already got an elite class of people over there. So Garvey's plan was just, it wasn't practical. It was emotional. It sounded good. Somebody typed sound. It sounds like a good idea, right? But it was not practical. And it asked Black Americans to risk a lot. It asked us to risk it all for this Jamaican dude from Jamaica who'd only been here a couple of years, who just squandered $600,000 when we already have this built right here. So as you can imagine, Garvey's plan was already shaky. And then here's another thing. So the Liberians, those Americans, you know, those former foundational Black Americans, right? They said, nah, we not gonna deal with you, Garvey. They withdrew their offer and they sold that land to Firestone. You know the tires on your car, Firestone, they gave them a 99-year lease, gave them 1 million acres of land, right? Keep in mind, that's all they gave them was 1 million acres. And that undercut Garvey's hope of having a Black controlled development. And if you look at the story, you know what the Americo Liberios did, Americo Liberios? They basically enslaved the African indigenous people. Our ancestors, our foundational ancestors, we're gonna put these niggas to work just like they put us to work. And they enslaved the indigenous Africans, had them picking rubber tree plants. And I believe it was in 1940 something, they investigated the president of Liberia and made him retire because of slavery in Liberia. Think about that. That's what happened. That's who you did. This is who you wanted to go hang out with. And then, of course, you know, Garvey got sent back to home. And the crazy part about it, it was Garvey got investigated for mail fraud, and he was convicted of it. Do you know how that happened? Who told on him? Did y'all know who told on him? Huh? It was Black leadership that told on him. It was 8 Black leaders who had the federal government investigate him and send him back to Jamaica. That's what happened to him. Okay, but back to the whole situation. The end of Garvey, that was the end of Garvey's Back to Africa plan, which was never truly realized. It was all a fantasy in the first place. Look, here's the thing. The problem with it, it didn't give Black Americans any guaranteed land ownership. There was no path to prosperity. It was high risk. In a high risk nation, you building something out of nothing. We don't even know if you have enough people. Here on the flip side, we had land, churches, schools, businesses, colleges, farms, towns, economic. You want us to leave this? And see, and this is why the Talented Tenth and the other native-born Black American leaders rejected God. This is crazy. This is some cockamamie bull crap that you got us to do. All right. And so guess what? Their opposition, they call that elitism. You see? That's what they say. They said it's class arrogance. That's what they started saying. That's what Garvey's propagandists came back. Oh, you guys are just elitists. Okay? All they were doing is saying, hey, we need some more grounded, why leave the house we already built to chase a promise that was never guaranteed? And so the conflict between Marcus Garvey and the native-born Black American leadership, it wasn't just a disagreement over strategy. It became a full political battle over the future of Black America. Here you got the native-born Black folk who are like, whoa, the hell, where did this little short Jamaican come from, right? And they believe Garvey's Jamaican background caused him to misunderstand the Black American struggle. They felt that his whole Back to Africa plan is just not realistic, man. You pulling attention away from our fight right here at this crucial time. We just had to deal with all these white folk burning up all these towns, and now you telling all these Black folk they need to go back to Africa, and you done siphoned off $600,000 and nobody knows where it went. Okay? Here you are encouraging Black people to pack up, give up their land, give up their colleges and institutions and businesses and schools and churches and political rights that we've been building for years and go back to Africa. Here you have W.B. Du Bois. He strongly opposed Garvey. He saw through the BS. He said, he saw Garvey's separatist goals as just impractical, as harmful, and to the what we're trying to do here, the legal and social fight. You want to take the best of us and go rebuild Africa? That's stupid. Even people like A. Philip Randolph, a black labor leader, he opposed Garvey. Mr. Randolph said, he helped lead the Garvey Must Go campaign. Somebody typed Garvey Must Go. They got this Negro up out of here. Do you hear me? He said that Garvey's foreign-born perspective, okay, somebody typed delineation. They delineated his foreign-born perspective caused him to focus too much on grand symbols and not enough on hard work of organizing black labor and black politics inside America. And Garvey, he wasn't weak. He built the UNIA in one of the largest mass movements in black history. He reached millions of ordinary people. This before cell phone. Okay. He pushed black pride, black unity, black independence. But the scales of Garvey's vision was enormous, and he was trying to build a global trade network, a political movement, and a separate black nation all at the same time. That was just too much. Too damn much. Okay? And then he was getting pressure from the FBI because they're like, what are you doing, sir? What are you doing? Now, one of the lasting effects of Garvey and this Du Bois conflict is that foundational black Americans were taught to distrust the educated and wealthy members of our own group. And that's worth thinking about. Think about that. All right? I want you all to think about this. Why would a people who fought for education and wealth be brainwashed or allow themselves to be brainwashed to hate the most educated people amongst them? The successful, the most talented members. Somebody type talented 10th in the chat room. White people don't generally teach their children to hate the most educated and wealthy class amongst them. Asians don't do it. Arabs don't do it. Africans damn sure don't do it. But among foundational black Americans, the talented 10th is often treated like a curse word. You got people right here on YouTube. You understand what I'm saying? So in response to saying something practical, right? Hey, that don't make sense. Why would we do that? You just not down for the people. You're a boule. You're an agent. All of this comes from that communist, socialist brainwashing that black people have been manipulated into adopting. And this didn't happen by accident. See, the propaganda during the conflict between Marcus Garvey and the Talented Tenth, or the American elite. The Talented Tenth rejected Garvey's Back to Africa plan because our people believed it was unrealistic, dangerous, harmful to what we're trying to do over here. But Garvey's movement turned that rejecting into a political weapon. You want to hear what he did? Let me tell you. Instead of treating the disagreement as a serious debate over strategy, the Garveyites framed the Talented Tenth as race traitors. This is what they call them. They call them sellouts. They call them elitists and enemies of black liberation. And that message did a lot of damage. It helped create a long-term suspicion of educated black leadership that still exists today. And the fight between Marcus Garvey and the Talented Tenth, especially W.B. Du Bois, it became really bitter, a bitter war of words. Garvey used his own newspaper, it's called the Negro World, to attack established black leadership, the people who had got us to where we were in, right? He painted them as out of touch, light-skinned, upper-class elites, so who cared more about fitting into white society than building true black independence. I want you to think about that. Don't y'all hear that all the time? Think about that. So Garvey went to the colorism. He went straight to the colorism. They're elite, they're light-skinned. I mean, this man really said that. They're upper middle class, they're not like us. Now, a year ago, you just wanted to have them come over there and help you build some train tracks in Liberia. And now that they don't want to come, now they light-skinned upper class elites and they're out of touch. You've already said you didn't want all the black. You didn't want Pookie and Ray Ray, but you got Pookie and Ray Ray fooled into believing, yeah, them light-skinned Negroes, they just out of touch. You didn't want them coming anyway. You wanted the doctors, the lawyers, the engineers, the people who can actually be in your little kingdom. That's what you wanted, Garvey. Okay? But anyway, Garvey's propaganda focused on three main attacks. He called leaders like W.B. Du Bois, he accused them of working with white authorities to destroy his movement. It looked like that $600,000 that you embezzled destroyed your movement. That's what it looked to me as a young man looking at this from 100 years ago. All right, but he claimed that the Talented Tenth were afraid of his success because it threatened their privileged position. You understand what I'm saying? In other words, he's saying that these black people who have been here and been doing it for years were haters. They were hating on it. Okay? Have y'all heard that? Don't we hear this all the time? Huh? You got a foreigner from Jamaica coming over here trying to tell us what to do, and we say, nah, that is not a good idea. You don't know how things go over here. Oh, y'all just hating on us. Y'all jealous. Y'all need to work harder. You understand what I mean? And again, the other thing he did, Garvey used colorism as a political weapon. He attacked the skin tone of leaders like W.B. Du Bois and framed the black elite as separate class and looked down on darker skinned black people. And this was a powerful tactic because it connected class resentment with color resentment. Now, we already had a little taste of that because remember back on the plantations, oftentimes the master's children were light skinned and they got treated with a little bit more privilege. Now, that wasn't always necessarily true because sometimes being in the house was the worst place to be. You think you in there in the house and you in there getting all kind of bad things that happen to you at night and in the daytime and anytime, boys and girls. You understand? All right, but we don't talk about that. People, those 18th century books and 19th century books don't mention a lot of that. They just talk about picking cotton. You understand what I'm saying? But it was a powerful tactic that he had imported from the Caribbean because that colorism is huge in the Caribbean. Y'all know that, right? All you Caribbean folk, it's huge. And so he brought that tactic up here to the United States. Largely, we don't divide ourselves by colorism. We know that we are all N-words according to these white men in the United States, especially when they have a gun and a badge and they pulling you over. You understand what I mean? So again, that's the other thing that Garvey brought, and that's remained. So on top of that, Garvey had us turn against our most educated, labeling them the talented 10th and elite and boule. You know the same thing, agent. Somebody type agent in the chat room. Come up with all you people who recently came up and you got money now, you change, you different, you not connected to the street. You know the soil. Somebody the street, somebody type, you ain't connected to the streets no more. Now that you got that nursing degree and you riding around in that 500 Benz, that 535 BMW. You understand what I'm saying? Somebody type all the words. All of this came from the brainwashing, and you still dealing with it. Yeah, you ain't a real ninja. Third thing he did, Garvey, he accused the Talented Tenth of being social climbers. He claimed that they didn't want to go back to Africa because they wanted to stay and integrate with white folk. He mocked that. They call that, here's the term, respectability politics. Damn, that's where that came from. You mean dressing up nice and looking decent and trying to change the system is respectability politics. Ain't that something? Somebody type respectability politics. Look it up for yourself. Don't be, hey, look, I'm just letting you know it's out there. Look it up for yourself, baby. He mocked respectability politics. He suggested that they preferred to dine and dance and socialize with white people rather than build an independent black nation. Don't nobody want to build nothing with you. Where's that 600,000, Garvey? Where's the money at, Garvey? Where the boats at, Garvey? Marcus? Huh? Where's the money at that we donated? Why didn't you build that? But again, that messaging worked because it made working class black people see the black elite as suspicious and compromised and disconnected from the masses, right? And so what happened? It got so bad, the conflict got so bad in 1923, you had 8 black leaders, including people connected to the NAACP. They literally wrote the U.S. Attorney General and said, y'all got to prosecute this dude and get up out of here. They call it 8 at the top. Somebody type 8 of the top. Okay, and this became known as 8 of the top. And so again, they call ICE on him via snail mail. And to Garvey, he used it as proof that the elite were working with the U.S. government against him. No, we had to get him up out of here. He was too disruptive. You got this foreign a Jamaican who's come up here, got this money, this $600,000. You trying to convince black folk to move to the to Liberia. And it's not like you taking Pookie and Ray Ray them with you. You wanted part of the Talented Tenth to go, and there are people out there foolish enough to go with him. And so he told his followers, it's easy to manipulate followers, poor people who looking for something different. They had to deal with all this racial turmoil going on in the United States. The elites are holding you back. And so he told his followers that these leaders were agents of the government. He used the letter to argue that the Talented Tenth was fighting for black freedom, and trying to get them up out of here into Africa. But he was really protecting his own status. Okay, this man had only been here about 3 or 4 years. Okay, he was raising hell. He did all this in 3 or 4 years. And that just deepened the divide. And so on one side, you have leaders who believe that the best strategy was to fight for power inside America through law, education, and politics, and labor, and governing, and institution building. You know, all the stuff we had done before to get us to this point. On the flip side, you got Garvey, basically a foreign Jamaican running this movement, which argued that the black elite, right, that we want our children to grow up to be doctors, lawyers, and engineers. The black elite, what a problem, because they were too invested in America, too close to white power. And this wasn't just a personal beef. It split the black political strategy. One side said black America should build power inside America. The other side said black America needed to separate, become part of the global racial destiny. You understand what I'm saying? And so this is what happened, baby. You look at that. It appealed to people, okay? And even today, it still has an effect, doesn't it? The term talented tenth is deeply polarizing in black American conversation. It's a cuss word. You see, and W.B. Du Bois, he originally meant the talented tenth be a service class. His idea was that the most educated people had a duty to guide, uplift, and serve the broader black community. Like what I'm doing right now. Instead of enjoying my life and going and having a nice steak, I come here day in and day out, and I'm educating you all, and I'm filtering this information, and I'm putting it in a way so that it's easy for you to chop these videos up and understand. You understand what I mean? This is my way. This is what W.B. Du Bois wanted. If Garvey had his way, I'd be shipped off to Africa to help them build. How would y'all feel about that? Born here, raised here, HBCU, benefited from everything that Black America Foundation. I got family members pick cotton in Mississippi, and they want me to take my talents and my education and to Africa. How would that make you all feel? Huh? If I just say, I gotta go. I'm gonna go over and help them folk. Again, W.B. Du Bois says that his idea of what the talented tenth should be was that the most educated black people had a duty to guide, uplift, and serve the broader black community. It was supposed to be a we generation, but today many people see it as a me generation. But that was never what it was about. They argue, they say now that black elite became focused on personal success, corporate status, Ivy League credentials, and access to white institutions instead of service to the black community. And right now they say the talented tenth is the idea of elitists, and the people argue that it suggests it's only a little small group. Educated black people are that's what they're saying. Right? They try to tell you, oh no, they just want to be in charge of us. This small group is supposed to be in charge of the 90%. That's not what it said. The whole notion was that we're supposed to serve, which makes sense to me. You understand? Nobody's saying that just because you become educated, you twice as good. It means you have to work twice as hard to get that. But it's still today, it still appears in different languages. It appears in a different language. The black elites are considered the gatekeepers, the interpreters of white society. The black elites explain they believe that the elites explain black people to white institutions while protecting their own careers. All this conspiracy stuff. So the minute your son or daughter graduates from that nice college and gets a job, they become boule. They become an agent. That same child is a sellout the minute they get an education. How do you push a people forward if that's your belief? How do you motivate young children to want to go to college how do you get those same people to come back to the community and build if you ostracizing them? Again, that's why even today the Talented Tenth has become an insult to black spaces, and people feed off of it. Again, this fight between Marcus Garvey and the Talented Tenth, it did more than create a historical disagreement. It helped create a long-term divide inside of Black America. Garvey, you got the working class black people, right? And then they pitched us as the elite or the pete elite. That is classic socialism. You see? Working class versus, the educated class. And the truth is, this is really a classic sociological trap. When a community turns against the most educated, skilled, resourceful members, it risks cutting off its own leadership. In other words, it weakens itself from the inside. And when the Talented Tenth and the masses are divided, the community loses access to the very people who know how the system works: the doctors, the lawyers, the engineers, the business owners, the teachers, the bankers, the policy experts, the strategists. And those are the people with the technical skills. Those are the people we pay to educate. And they're the ones that read the contracts and build the institutions and handle the money. They know how to help you in court and in the bank and the schools and the hospitals and the government agencies. And so when a people rejects those people, you call them sellouts and agents and acting white. And it creates a serious problem, don't you all think? It attacks its own leadership class. That's what you're doing. And so when excellence gets rebranded as acting white or selling out, talented people are going to leave the community. They go where they feel respected, don't they? You understand? And usually, family, that means white corporate spaces and universities and law firms and hospitals and government offices or professional circles, because they're going to put our resources to work. So now the community loses their knowledge, their money connections, and their mentorship. And it creates a cycle of abandonment, and the successful people leave because they feel rejected. You can't keep rejecting people and telling them something's wrong with them just because they got an education that has been told that they should aspire to have, and then turn around and reject them when they get it. That is ass backwards. And then guess what? The people who's left behind in the hood, they become more resentful because they feel abandoned by their cousin who won't come back in the hood now that he got rich. And so both sides blame each other. And the result is leadership poverty. And the community, that's not how other ethnic groups act. They don't ostracize their talented class. You got a successful, on those other groups, successful lawyers help local business owners with contracts. Wealthy doctors invest in local clinics. Bankers help families understand credit loans and home ownership. You understand? Engineers help build infrastructure. Professors mentor their young students. You want to know why black people don't do that? How have you all been treating your talented tenth? Have you been calling them boule because they told you no? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. When do you become the boule? Is it the day you graduate or the day you get a job after you graduate? I mean, when do you become an agent? Is it the day you pay off your school loans? I'm just asking for a friend. Is it only for people who have college degrees? What about if a person was in the military and they stayed for their whole time and they got a full retirement package? Are they boule now? I'm asking. I'm just trying to know. Okay? So let me run something down to you all, man. Without an educated leadership class to explain complex issues, the community begins easier. You get easier to get misled. So you ostracize your boule, your talented 10th in the 1920s. So by the time we get around to the 1970s, right, our people are easy to mislead. See, people need trusted experts who can break down laws and policies and court decisions and foreign propaganda and media narratives and political strategy. But if the community has been trained to distrust its own experts, when it becomes vulnerable to these outside influence, it starts to follow the loudest voice instead of the most informed voice. Do we have that problem? Don't we follow the loudest voice instead of the most informed voice? And see, that's dangerous because a loudspeaker isn't always a real leader. Some people perform outrage better than they produce results. Some people know how to get applause, but don't know how to build policy. Some people know how to make people angry, but don't know how to build institutions. And that's where political ignorance and populism come in. America's foreign enemies, including Russia, China, and right now Iran, benefit from this kind of confusion. It becomes easier for them to agitate and mislead and divide Black people when those people have already been taught to distrust their own educated leadership. If people reject our talented 10th, if our people reject our most educated, they end up following the loudest leaders. And the loudest leaders are not always the most capable. See, building institutions and rebuilding institutions, it requires memory. You can't build banks and schools and hospitals and businesses without long-term planning. You need people who know how know what worked and how they made it work before, not people who failed. Every generation has to relearn the same lessons when you don't have your talented 10th. Every generation has to rebuild what the last generation lost. And so if you don't run all your respective professionals out of the class and you got a bunch of clowns up there screaming loud and talking about Black power this and Black power that, you don't have any permanent structure. It has emotion, but no machinery. You understand? The other thing you do, the Talented 10th serves another purpose. It shows young people what's possible. Just having a lawyer around, having a doctor around, lets this other young person know you can do it. What happens when you run them out the community? The next generation, they don't know if it's possible because they haven't seen one. See, when the community hates the class, it lowers the incentive for achievement. If becoming successful means you get called a traitor and a sellout and an agent and a fake Black person and boule and all those other things, then some young people will say, well, I'm going to go ahead and aim lower. I don't even want to do that. I'd rather be a thug, a criminal, a hooligan. They're going to avoid excellence because they don't want to be rejected by their own people, their own peer group. And that's how a community stunts its own middle class. It teaches young people to fear success. You understand me? And that's what this little brother was saying earlier. Let me let this young brother's video play again. He asked the question, and I told him, man, I'm going to be talking about this tonight. Listen to what this young brother said. This is what's on our people's mind. How do we get like this?
You know, narratives are an interesting thing because they can be used to persuade a person or people to like or dislike something or someone. This is one that I believe that's happening against the black community. Let me know what you think.
Oh, what a feeling. Fuck it.
I believe that this anti-capitalism argument is used to stifle economic growth within the black community. Do you agree or disagree? Let me know below.
All right. Okay. So is it all coming home now? Did y'all see where this all went? On one hand, you telling us to be successful. On the other hand, you telling us we'll sell out if we become successful. You see how that's going to stifle the growth? Huh? Look, Marcus Garvey, the Jamaican import, that conflict, he left that blueprint for permanent division. An elite detached themselves from the masses. The masses became cynical and resentful towards the elite. The educated class began to see the masses as uninformed and hard to teach. And they said, you know what, forget them guys. And the masses began to see education and wealth and professional success as a sign of betrayal. You talking white. Somebody type, you talking white. Huh? Talking white means more than just talking proper. It means you are the agent of the white man. And especially in the 1960s and 70s, Malcolm has said he can't even have a white friend. All white people hate us. Hell with all the white folk who laid it on the line for black people. The abolitionists, the people who ran up and got shot, John Brown, the original Cassius Clay, who Cassius Clay / Muhammad Ali is named after. But more important, the masses begin to see education and wealth and professional selves as signs of betrayal. The minute you say you wealthy, the minute you doing good, y'all know what I'm talking about, aren't I? You have some cousins right now who looking at you side eye. He think he better than us. He's an elite. Where do you think that came from? A community can't survive on mass passion alone. It needs technical skill. It needs qualified people. It needs its talented class. You understand what I'm saying? Did y'all learn something tonight? Did you learn something? I need to know. Did you pick something up? Huh? I hope you did. I really hope you did. Now, I'm going to go ahead and take the opportunity to read these super chats, of which we have about, looks like 22. Okay? I hope you all learned something tonight. It's hard to get all this information into a 4-hour lecture. I will tell you that. It's very difficult to do it. And I'm glad we got all this information in. I want to first acknowledge Mark Bronson. Thank you. Did you all learn something tonight? If you learned something, type learn something in the chat room. If you truly learned something, type I learned something in the chat room. If I'm wasting time, let me know I'm wasting time. Let me know. Did you learn something? I'm asking you all some questions. Did you all learn something tonight? I'm going to read some of these super chats in a minute. I'm still here. One second. Okay, I see. Give me 1 second. Mm-hmm. Give me 1 second, you guys. Okay. All right. Got them lined up. So, big shout out to, let me see, American Caste System. I'm reading. You doing a good job, bro. Thank you. So, learn something cool. Remember, if you learn something, I should earn something. Now, let's keep it 100. You don't owe me anything, but if you did learn something, I should earn something. So, let's go ahead and read these super chats. We got 22 people who learned, so I'm sure there's more out there. But anyway, this is all we have. Shout out to Tamara Davis. Thank you so much for the 1999 super sticker. Also, Fuquan, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Fuquan, again, my man got 5 on it with the $5 super sticker. Lee Edwards, thank you so much for the super sticker. Generation Malcolm X, B1, love the support. Also, $5 from Faquan. Fuquan, thank you so much again. You came through with 2. DTYW9, thank you so much, DT, for the $3. Aaron Gibbs, good looking out, family. Mark the Freelancer, hey man, thank you for giving somebody a gift. We appreciate that. Let's take a look at this. Sleazy Skeezy, we start being anti-American when we saw fathers, uncles come back from wars, lynched in their uniforms. When black towns people were burned and land taken, we can follow the anti-blackness today. Well, that's partially correct. That was the environment, according to Dr. John Henrik Clarke. That was the environment that our people were in. But the propaganda and the terminology and the words were pushed in by outside agitators. Okay, the Soviet Union, Iran, Russia, our enemies pushed that in, and the leadership at the time picked it up. It did help explain some things, but it wasn't that. We've been dealing with that. You think it was worse during that time period than it was during slavery? I don't think so. We've been through much. That's why we had those institutions that we have. Okay, we had our own towns. And the things you don't understand, brother, we were able to rebuild, like places like Tulsa, Oklahoma. We rebuilt that, and it lasted all the way up into the 1960s. What killed Tulsa, Oklahoma, and what killed those black towns was integration. It wasn't the white folk. The white folk burned it down. We built it back. We killed it because we wanted to run off and get the white man's ice, as Malcolm X said. So that's partially correct, but that was the environment. But that's not what killed us. Okay, let's go back to Jimmy Thrice. Thank you for the $20 super sticker. Lavonia Dane Adams, thank you so much. I hope you all learned something. Thank you so much. Red Sigma, keep spitting that hot. Thank you so much, Red Sigma. Also, understanding 15K, I'm gonna give you a hand clap. Thank you for the $100 super sticker. Good looking out. I appreciate you so much for the $100, man. Gosh, that is highly appreciated. I think that's the most we got tonight. Good looking out for that, brother. I appreciate you a lot. And then also Squeaky Wheels gets the oil. I'm just asking questions. That's all I'm doing is asking questions. Y'all's kids. That's all I'm doing. I'm glad that you're telling us the truth. Thank you for giving us true perspective. That's all. Hey, that's what I'm supposed to do. Okay. A people perish from lack of knowledge. That's what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said. He quoted the Bible. Cat Ferguson, thank you for the super sticker. RS1, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Fuquan, thank you so much, super sticker. Also, who else do we have? American History from the Blizzard King. B Hunter, good looking out, brother. And also Dominique Hudson, good looking out. Thank you for the time and wisdom. Thank you so much for being here with me. Now I'm gonna look at some of the stuff that you folks are saying. Let me see. Somebody else came through here. Let me see here. So you're advocating for casteism. I don't even know what that means. If the whites, oh God, some of this stuff. That's why I just read the super chicken stickers, because it's hard to read these little small words. Y'all got me reading these little small words. I can't be out here reading these tiny words. That's not cool to me. You understand me? And I know I haven't cracked a lot of jokes tonight, but it's a serious subject. And I want each and every minute that I have on such a serious, so we'll crack some jokes another day. But I wanted to make sure I got this out. I think it's very important. Did you all enjoy what we did here today? Was it on point for you guys? Did y'all like it? Good job. Did I get a good job? All right. Somebody said you ain't lying. Yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. So let's do this. I want to answer a question that somebody typed Jasmine Crockett in the chat room. Somebody typed Jasmine Crockett in the chat room. All right. So when we talk about socialist policies, who knows more about socialism than the people who come from these socialist and communist countries? Who do you think knows more? Huh? Some people, and I waited a long time. I wanted to hear everything. Why is it that they didn't vote for Jasmine Crockett? Why is it that the Latinos didn't vote for Jasmine Crockett? What if they? It's because she's black, right? She's black, right? Is that what it is? She's qualified. Do they not? You don't think they can think for themselves? I'm just asking, right? Because I hear what the black people have to say. Let's listen to what the black people have to say.
When you hear people say there's a literacy crisis, this is what they mean.
No. What do you mean? Jasmine not going to Congress for Texas? Oh, Crockett. A girl can only dream. Listen, Jasmine, what was that one quote that you said? Let me think. Oh, yeah. We done picking cotton. You can't pay us enough to go find a plantation. Yeah, you remember that. I remember that. How could I forget? See, 6.5 million Hispanic voters in Texas, which is like the majority of the electoral vote here in the state. And you mean to tell me that you think that we're still picking cotton? Hell no, girl. Hell no. That's why you lost.
A literacy crisis literally means that people are illiterate. And that doesn't mean that they can't read. So they make some meaning, but it's very surface level. The higher order thinking skills that are needed for critical thinking, making inferences, drawing conclusions, they don't have them.
So basically what you're saying is
this lady actually thought.
What she's saying is that the Latinos are too stupid to know what's in their own best good. That's what she's saying. Okay.
And she's not an anomaly. That when Jasmine Crockett said, we're not picking cotton no more, that she was talking about the Latinx population picking cotton.
Somebody type Latinx. Somebody type Latin. I don't know. Look, I know a lot of Latinos, and I know they mad at me. I don't really care, but they don't call themselves Latinx. But go ahead.
If you are illiterate, you took that statement very literal. Trump and the rest of his regime won this election.
Somebody type regime. Remember, the majority of Americans voted for Trump. Let's keep that in mind.
Because people were illiterate.
That's what it was.
And they are making...
So I just want y'all to understand something. She's basically saying the Latinos don't know enough to figure out what's in their best interest. That's what this young lady is saying. Okay? Just keep in mind that. We've heard them say that about us before too, haven't we? Let's let her finish.
Doubly sure that folks stay that way.
Okay. That's all it is, right? They're illiterate. Let's see what else they have to say. The other reason why why the Latinos didn't vote for Jasmine Crockett. Let's see what else the other reasons are.
Wars here, but you do know that most Hispanic families, I'm talking about the legal ones, most Spanish Americans here in this country are conservative for the most part. You know, they believe in family, they believe in country, they believe in hard work. They believe that we should fight against communism and socialism because a lot of them escaped.
Huh? Hold on. What did he say? What happened? They what? What do they believe in? They don't. What do they believe in? Say again, sir, please.
Country, they believe in hard work. They believe that we should fight against communism and socialism because a lot of them escaped that from their country. And a lot of them came to America with nothing, built themselves up, and became very prosperous and successful.
So maybe it's not that all the Latinos are racist, because I mean, you know, I do check stuff. You know, I know the Latinos are angry with me right now, but you know, I don't care. But the polling shows that Hispanics are you know, they're far more negative when it comes to things like socialism. Okay. And largely because they come from these socialist countries. You see, so maybe it's not that they're just anti, you know, Democrat or racist against black people. We know that they are culturally racist, but I'm just saying, you know, it seems to me there's more to it because people typically vote their own interests. So here's the thing I want you all to consider, okay? Black Americans are the only major racial group Pew found, and that's the Pew research found, that are more positive towards socialism and capitalism than any other group. 53% of Hispanics have a negative view of socialism. 52% of black adults view socialism positively. You understand that? Positively. And 40% view capitalism positively. So we, the brainwashed group of people who've been subjected to this brainwashing for the past, you know, 70 years, of 1920 to 1970. And remember, we're the ones that voted for, you know, the Democrats religiously to the tune of 90%. We did that. Now we're angry because these people who come from these communist countries don't want to do what we did. And that's vote for the Democrat Party. I'm just here to present some arguments. I'm just here asking questions. All right. Now let's examine this. Okay. And this brings to my closing point. Latinos voters didn't need anybody to explain socialism and communism or failed left-wing governments to them. They got that. Many of them or their families already lived through those consequences for you know, Cuban, Venezuelan, Nicaraguan, Latin American communities. You know, when you say stuff like socialism, revolution, retribution, state control, government dependency, all right, those are not just academic terms. They're tied to real memories of their home countries collapsing and corruption and shortages and fear and censorship and poverty. And these people fled those countries, their home countries, for that reason. And so that's why Latino voters they reacted very strongly to Jasmine Crockett and the politicians who sounded too damn comfortable with this language of the far left. The issue was not simply race. It was memory, their lived experiences. It was political survival. And when Latino voters hear Democrats flirt with democratic socialism, somebody type democratic socialism. when they defend this radical activist excuse illegal immigration, they attack capitalism, or they talk as if America is the enemy. Many of them hear echoes of the same political language their families escaped from in Cuba and Venezuela and other failed left-leaning systems. And that doesn't mean that every Latino voter is conservative. It doesn't mean that every Latino voter thinks the same way. Latino voters are not a monolith, and I had a conversation about that the other day. But it does mean Democrats make a serious mistake when they assume that Latino voters are going to automatically support them just because of identity politics or just because their smile at them are friendlier. Latino voters care about work and safety and faith and family and business ownership and national stability and legal immigration and economic opportunity and capitalism. They didn't come to America to recreate Cuba or Venezuela. They don't want that. And see, Jasmine Crockett's problem with Latino voters wasn't just one comment. Her remarks about Hispanic Trump voters have a slave mentality became politically damaging because they confirmed something that many Latino voters already suspected, that these so-called progressives don't actually understand them, respect them, or take their history seriously. These people, just like us, remember, I'm trying to tell y'all, we have our own history. And many of y'all didn't even understand that before we started talking about this tonight. These people have their own history. These people escaped socialism. They escaped social, and they realized socialism is not harmless. You can't tell people who fled broken governments that big government is always the answer. They're not trying to hear that. You can't tell people whose families risk everything to come to the United States and immerse themselves in capitalism that there's something wrong with capitalism because they've seen what you're trying to advertise. You understand? They want national strength. They want borders and law and order and oppressive concepts because they come from places like, what's the name of that place down there? Where the guys not Nicaragua, not Honduras, El Salvador. They come from El Salvador. You understand? They want to be tough on crime because they came from crime-ridden countries. They came to America exactly for that. That's why America was worth coming for in the first place. And that's why the Democrat Party continues to struggle with Latino voters, especially those with family histories connected to Cuba. Black people have been brainwashed. We've been brainwashed from the 1920s to the 1970s to believe that these these communist, socialist, anti-American concepts are a good thing. Have they been good for us? Did our leaders between the 1920s and the 1970s, were those good ideas, us being brainwashed? Was Marcus Garvey's idea of going back to Africa, was that a good idea? Probably not. These Latino families come from Cuba, Venezuela. They got these left-wing authoritarian regimes. Republicans have long used socialism to label the Democrats to the point that we respect, yeah, it is what it is. And they especially use it in places like Florida because those people came up out of Cuba. Hell, the Democrats themselves have admitted that, you know, this is creating a real problem for them, political problem. Because it demonstrates that, you know, you got a lot of people who are anti-communist and anti-socialist, and it's like they're never going to vote for you. At some point, Latino voters, Latino voters, they didn't reject Jasmine Crockett because they misunderstood her. These people are not stupid, okay? And the fact that you have black folk out here who are trying to say they're illiterate, they can't read, that in itself is racist and prejudice. They rejected her because they don't like what she represented. They heard the language of the left. They heard the language of quote unquote progressive politics, and they connected it to their histories, their families they already knew. They saw a political movement that seemed more interested in blaming America than building inside America. They saw policies and rhetoric that reminded them of the countries their families left behind. And this is a warning for Black Americans too. If we allow ourselves to be trained to hate America, hate capitalism, hate and distrust our successful people from our communities, reject America, and romanticize socialism and communist language, then we're walking toward the same ideology trap that destroyed opportunity in other places. So the answer is not to root against America. The answer is understand power, use the system, build wealth, defend our institutions, make sure our people are positioned to win, because people who escape broken systems, they can recognize the warning signs early. And when they hear those warning signs in American politics, they don't call it progress, man. They call it a threat. Not every Latino rejects these policies. Matter of fact, damn near half of them voted for. But the polling shows that Hispanics are more negative than positive towards socialism, while Black Americans are are the only major racial group that's more positive towards socialism than capitalism. How did that happen? Other than the brainwashing and America's enemies pumping that in our community. Again, this is where we are. Medicare for all. That's a socialist program. And you got too many Black voters. It sounds like fairness and access, but it's socialism. Latinos from socialist communities, they understand what happened when the government becomes in charge of the healthcare. How about wealth distribution? You want to tax the billionaires and tax the wealth and expand welfare and expand benefits, using the government to redistribute money. That's going to trigger suspicion. But you got many Black voters, when you hear that, oh, we're correcting the historic inequality. Who taught you that you were entitled to that? But then when the Latinos hear, they like, no, that's the language of the left. We see what happened in Venezuela. All that promised equality does is produce corruption and dependency and inflation and collapse. They're giving us free stuff help us? Huh? See? Look at that. They're giving us free stuff help us? Here we go right here. Here's a brainwashed one right here. Brainwashed. Somebody type brainwashed in the chat room. Somebody type brainwashed in the chat room. This is one of those ones I'm talking about right there. Brainwashed. And there's plenty of y'all out there. Somebody type Boule in the chat room. Somebody type Talented Tenth in the chat room. They want to give you free student loan cancellation. Sounds good, right? Black voters see this as removing barriers and helping working class people get ahead. The Latino voters hear free everything, politics, and they worry that it creates a government dependency and it weakens personal responsibility and it expands the power of the state. They seen that. We want rent control and government housing. Have the projects helped us? Have the projects helped us? What have the projects done for Black people in the United States? Watts, California, New York City, the Bronx. Have the projects helped us? But still, Black voters see this as protection from landlords and displacement in housing discrimination. But the anti-socialist Latinos hear echoes of state-controlled housing systems where government interference creates shortages and corruptions and poor living. They've seen this before. All this anti-capitalist, anti-American language. And see, this is more important than any single policy. When Democrats say things like capitalism is the problem, the system must be dismantled, corporations are evil, profit is exploitation, that's the same thing you hear Malcolm X saying. Because they got it from the same place. They got it from this communist, socialist think tank pumped in there by America's enemies. But when we hear it, we've been trained to think, oh, that sounds like fairness. But Latino voters who escaped that very same experiment, all they hear is danger. They hear the same language used before governments took over the industries, took their businesses, attacked business owners, punished the successful people, destroyed private enterprises, and then ran the country into the ground. Hell, the Democrats have grown more favorable towards socialism. You had a Gallup poll come out recently. 66% of Democrats view socialism as positive. 42% say capitalism is favorable. Where in the hell, do you see any socialist countries around here? And that's why Republicans are calling them a socialist party now. Even stuff like the Green New Deal. I'm just giving you the facts, baby. You can do what you want to do with it. Whether we're talking about climate policies that involve this massive government spending and strict energy rules and industry planning and forced transitions away from oil and gas, it sounds socialist to voters who distrust central planning. Black voters say, oh yeah, environmental justice, that's great. Investment in poor communities, sounds good. But Latinos, especially working class voters who are in oil and trucking and construction and small business, they hear job loss, higher costs, government control over the economy. You understand what I'm saying? This is these people's history. When you hear expanding welfare, black voters see, programs to repair historic exclusion. Latinos hear dependency. They see the government replacing family, work, church, business, and personal responsibility. Again, here's another one, defund the police. Do we really want to defund the police in the black community? Do we? Let's just keep it 100. Black folk, do you really want to have to defend yourself against some of these suckers that want to run up on you in your house at 3 o'clock in the morning because they know no police are coming? Huh? See, black voters understand this language through the lens of police brutality over incarceration for centuries. But Latino voters, especially immigrants from places, especially in Central America, right? They came to the United States for safety so their daughters and sons could be safe. All they hear is chaos. They came from places where you got weak public safety, corruption, gangs, political violence, the daily part of life. So the Democrats tolerate, when Democrats talk about defund the police or abolish prisons, the Latinos are like, nah, we came from that. We're going to reject that hard. We know what that's like. You understand what I'm saying? So the divide is not just about policy, it's about memory. And the only reason we feel like this right now, family, is because we've been brainwashed. This didn't come from nowhere. Until we recognize that, and you got to respect these other people just like we want them to respect our views. But until we become more politically astute, until you get all these suckers on the internet talking about black power and all this stuff, and they really spit this hot flame to you like I just did, and you can really sit back and judge for yourself where this come from, you won't know. But see, we hear policies through the memory of slavery and Jim Crow and redlining and segregation and police abuse and economic exclusion. So when Democrats talk about government intervention and wealth redistribution and systematic racism and economic justice, the same rhetoric that they got from the socialists and the communists that came and dumped that on us in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, we with it. We hear protection and repair. But the anti-socialist, anti-communist Latino voters hear the same policies through the memory of Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and all these other left-wing governments. They use the language of equality just to expand state power and weaken private businesses and individual economic freedom. So the same policy hit different. And so to many of the black voters, you know, it sounds like justice, but to the Latino voters from those countries, it's like it's a warning. The difference is historical memory. Black Americans, we hear these policies as protection from a system that excluded us. Latino voters, all they hear is socialism and communism because that's their background. That's the same system they fled from. And that's why the Democrats can't assume people of color all hear the same message the same way. More importantly, family, I hope y'all learned something, man. I hope you all learned something. I look forward to reading the comments. I love our leaders, our black leaders, Brother Malcolm X, Minister Louis Farrakhan. Love them. Marcus Garvey even. Love them all. But we have to become more politically astute. We have to understand where this came from. Why we're the only major ethnic group that embraces socialism more than any other group. We embrace socialism and communism. Where'd that come? Who told us that was cool? And we can look around all these South American countries that we don't want to live in and say, hey, that failed over there. And that's the brainwashing that we need to deal with. All right. This is Uncle D. I love you all. I appreciate y'all. Look forward to reading the comments. Thank you so much for your time. And as I always said this time, I love you. I'm out.
In the Spurling podcast, hit the like button, subscribe.